Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は459日目です。It's day 459. Let's get right into it. No time like the present. Ta-da.
肌触り。
肌触り。溝。
元凶。
Taggy. Oops. Okay. Fine. Oops.
旧暦。恐竜。
加湿器。
加湿器。What do they call this? A drainage? Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no. No, that's humidifier. Even.
鳥肌。
最近。
陰気 or 陰気
叫び
北川お滝川
滝川
凶悪近頃涼風
or 涼風
かける住む
to become clear. Pedantic.
かなり
頭
船
暦
年頃今
帳簿
亡霊
稼ぐ
稼ぐおにぎりおにぎり
磨く
磨く
若い頃
湿地
父い
つ
つ
頃
頃
呪い
呪い
新芽
oops. Oh,
悪
悪霊
霊電卓
曇り影
影
金
素粒子狂気手頃
卓球
お
湿気
け
竜巻紛れもない開口
揺らぐ
かける竜
竜
寸暇
裸嫁ぐ嵐
殺菌
山岳
磨き
全裸
かけ肌色清涼
うん
継承
この頃無菌
Oh my gosh. Okay.
肌
肌生
焦り
食卓
食卓
クル
クル
ー
ー
締める
メルはい
反
反
乱
乱反乱 fair enough both
塊
塊
足
矛矛
霊感
塾
塾
揚げ出し呪う
魂
炊く排水口
What do they use? Oh, they just keep them separate. Same difference.
Sakanoboru.
コロ
義
義
塾
塾
狂
狂
気
気
霊園
霊園 the yin as opposed to then
バイキン
Viking
叫び声
先頃
小舟
小舟
眺める
滝 曇る 嫁 熟成 西暦
東西南北 Nope. Oh, wait. 北極 Oh, one more? Okay.
脚本
Alright. So where does this sit us? At 20 and 21 tomorrow. We'll probably start stuff early and wrap into this. And looks like we'll have a 0 day on Saturday, which is the expected time. Alright. And then we're back to another lesson day. This feels like yesterday already. Alright. Get into our reads. I think I'm fairly confident that we'll do one diff day on lesson day. And then just go straight into our reads to save some time. I'm fairly confident after the first lesson day now. Alright. Sumi, Black Ink, Ato, Dove, On, Don, Doll, Ma, Devil, Yo, Dormitory, Bon, Tray, Oh, Building, Baga, I, Zan, Slice, Ne, Rather, Eat, Chair, E, Age, Saru, Monkey, Do, Pupil, Agi, E, De, 0, Go, So, Sheriff, You, Secluded, O, Bubble, Sit, Habit, On, Forge, then Tempering, E, Sovereign, June, Blink, Q, Chrysanthemum, O, Pride, Sho, Manor, So, Dort, Moku, Shut Up, Yo, Straw Sack, Men, Cotton, Top, Shelf, and O, Cavity. Alright, 20 minutes on the dot. That's a wrap for our WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, come with comments. Now reciprocate with questions, right? Discussion is the key to problem solving and critical thinking. So you're more than welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break. Get up, stretch, walk around a little bit. I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は106日目です。It is day 106. We're pretty much going to do our lessons today on account of something else. An update later in the day. We did start after midnight. Why these are highlighted. Let's get into our 3 grammar points here. Yoda. Oh. Okay. This was to relate to yesterday's grammar point, right? And Yo. Where is yo? I think this is part of the Sama, right? Yeah. Sama. So yo, we're using that. And it's like manner, right? It's using the other one, like a manner of a characteristic. So it's that characteristic, so it seems that, yeah, more formal than mitai, which is what we had previously. And alright, na needs a na, and noun needs a no. Okay. In a similar way to mitai, yoda is used when making observations about something in Japanese. This actually verb is used to express three primary things. Tatoe, right? An example, tatoe. Using A as an example to highlight that the way that B looks is acting. Okay. Then we have suite. Suite decision, or a guess or inference, using A as a reason for an assumption made about B. Using A as a reason for an assumption made about B. Okay. Trying to compare and contrast these. And then we have presenting example what B is. Reiji, which is an example, which to show or present something, representation. Yoda. Yoda is, or Yoda, don't know yet, is usually based on direct information experience and shows that the speaker has high confidence in what they're saying. It may also frequently appear in its kanji form. Okay, frequently. Yoda can be used with any verb, right? E adjective, na adjective with a na, or noun, a no with a noun. However, it requires na before it when it's used with a non-adjective, or no when it's used with nouns. Okay.
ここに大きなビルができるようだ。
Okay. Alright, so it's example of a big building will be made. Okay, I see.
あそこのプールは深いようだ。
Seems like the pool over there is deep.
彼は明日のテストに自信があるとみんなに言っているが、本当は不安なようだ。
Oh. Okay.
Yoda は宇宙人のようだ。
That's kind of funny. They did a homonym or a play on homonym using Yoda.
Yoda は宇宙人のようだ。
Oh, it's still Yoda. So this is Yoda, and that's Yoda as well. So that's kind of cheeky. Yoda or Yoda versus Yoda. That's pretty cheeky. Although Yoda and solda are often used in similar situation. Solda shows that it has like a lot less confidence, right, in their statement. And then yoda, because of this, yoda is much better choice when starting things that are obvious or observable. And mitai is as well, but mitai is casual, which is what they compared it to with solda. These are all our recent grammar points. Yoda is considered more formal than mitai and is therefore less common in casual conversation. Fair enough. Right here. And we're okay. Good. Yeah, so all of these, it does appear that many of these are covered, right? So their vocab coverage in their grammar stuff is, at least in my opinion, largely have been graded for the N level group, which is wonderful because they write a lot of wonderful sentences that are still graded. Right. Alright. So Yoda. Alright. Oh yeah. Right. Zen. Right. Zen. Slang, totally, completely exceptional, and then the regular use is not at all. Right. In Japanese, there are several adverbs that are traditionally used exclusively with negative expression containing nai. Zen is one of them. When used at the beginning of a nai or masen containing phrase, zen has the meaning of completely not or not at all. Yeah.
やばい。トイレットペーパーが全然ない。
全然ない。At the beginning. Okay.
彼女は家事の手伝いを全然しなかったので別れました。
なかったの。川。That's an interesting phrase. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. I see the note there. Okay. I have to read all these sentences now with all of these sentences are also graded. I mean, at least it kind of feels like it. They're all graded for their grammar points too at some point. I mean, it's kind of rougher obviously in the beginning in N5 where they only have certain limited grammar, so they still write assuming some of the basic parts. Actually, the grammar still kept even simpler, but now there are multiple grammar points. There are, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our new one, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 grammar points I can see in this one sentence. And they are all within N5 and N4 up to this point. So all of these still exist. So that's pretty nice. Like they hold all of the sentences outside of the kanji and the vocabulary are graded for their grammar. This is too. At least that's what it seems like. I'm not sure if that's what they intended to write, but it's a very, very nice touch. In writing, it is equally as natural to use either zenzen as kanji or hiragana only, so both forms may be used confidently. Fair enough. Zenzen is more flexible and friendly sounding in casual conversation than zenku. Oh, or not zenku. which mataku. Mataku, yeah, it's definitely a little bit more casual than a similar expression which has a formal, often negative nuance. Yeah, kind of like just saying mataku in like mataku.
今月もお金が全然ないからパンだけを食べる。
What the pan? Oh, pan. Oh, that pan dake o taberu. Okay. Okay, Zenzen. Nai. Interesting. Excuse me, allergy season. Gonna cough a little bit and clear my throat every once in a while, so I'll try to not utter it into the mic. Nai kara. Okay. This one, maybe not as clear. Not as clear. But it's attached to this. Okay.
昨日後輩からもらったお土産は全く美味しくありませんでしたね。
I see. Okay. Still all within the grammar points. Oh, both of these sentences have the meaning of not at all, not a at all. Mataku will give the listener the impression that you are not pleased with the situation. This will depend quite a bit on the tone of voice, though. That's fair. I recently learned about like the difference, how to describe oh no, I already forgotten the term. What is it called? I guess we just there's a word that I thought this person shared was pretty cool. We can simply call it sentence stress, right? Someone brought up, in my opinion, pedantically about the contrast between like a stress language and a like a pitch accent language versus a tonal language, but rarely do languages lack stress. The thing is, this particular person was talking about lexical stress, and oftentimes I would say that's a little bit reductive because in Japanese there's also sentence stressing, and that's often referred to, in my opinion, as the tone of voice, which is oftentimes seen as a separate thing from lexical stress, which is when like oftentimes English is used as an example of lexical stress, which you have the three things, like the length, the pitch, and the duration, right? But actually in sentences, a lot of times there's a bit of tone of voice, or intonation as they would refer to it, in my opinion. And there's sentence stress. Even languages that are seemingly without any lexical stress have sentence stress. And for myself, that's, I guess you could kind of vibe it as an emote. Like when you're emoting a sentence, sentences have sentence stress. And there are examples of that in Japanese, at least in my opinion. Despite originally being used only with negative expression, it is becoming more and more common for zenzen to appear with positive expression as well. Yep, it certainly has. In these cases, it's just the meaning of totally or completely, yeah. Ashita, zenzen ii yo. Yeah. Although this is technically not grammatically correct. Or, you know, grammatically dealing with formality, it is becoming so frequently used as considered correct by most people, especially the younger generation. Tell me about it. Imagine younger people going around telling you what is grammatically correct English versus what's grammatically formal English. Happens very often. And the answer, in my opinion, or the response that I typically have is appropriateness. Both, right? Know your appropriateness, and I think that will lead you to more options. Okay, zenzen, fine. Oh, kana. Oh, yeah. I was wondering what they were gonna define this as. Kana. No. Often sounds like what are the kids doing these days in English? The trailing ah, that sounds like kana, oftentimes, or yeah, any form of starting with yeah and then dot. That's it. Every time I hear this in like Japanese speak, right, when I hear it on a line, my first thought is I don't actually translate it, so to speak. Like, I know they're saying I wonder, but it's more like it's an emote to me. It's at the end of a sentence. It's kind of like aya in the beginning, or like sa, ya, like something like that. So whenever I didn't ever attached it to a formal meaning, it simply gives you a feeling. They're wondering about something. Like, oh, okay. So it often comes as a sound and not anything else. Actually, most of the time, most of the kana stuff at the end and at the beginning are simply sounds that are attached to some form of feeling, as opposed to like some sort of higher construction. Like when someone says like ano, right? Eto. Ana is one of those. And then like all same to like ga, right, ending in a ga, or a wa, or an o. All of them have a sense of contextual feeling, which I imagine that's what some people kind of want to strive for. But this one has often struck me as, well, I don't know what it's translating, but you certainly can vibe the heck out of this one. Ga can, you totally can vibe out ga as well. Anyways, originally a mixture of the sentence ending particle ka, I'm not surprised, and na, yeah, I'm not surprised. Ana evolved over time to become its own singular sentence ending particle, which roughly translates as I wonder if a, or just simply ah, yeah, Huh. Really? I see. Okay. That type of thing. I usually say curious or omoshiroi. Interesting. Hello there, crocodile. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you today? What are you up to today? As it is a sentence-ending particle, kana can be added to the end of almost any sentence. However, in the case of non-adjectives, both da and des will usually be omitted. Oh, interesting. That explains why it always feels like there isn't a copula or some sort of like defining ending outside of itself. With kana simply following the word stem itself. Yeah, straight up in the word stem.
あの人が道の真ん中で倒れてるけど、大丈夫かな？
大丈夫かな? Yeah, 大丈夫かな? As opposed to like, 大丈夫ですね. You're well, your eldest has today off, so you're playing Terraria. Oh, that's a solid entry for some gaming together. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right.
このコンロにこの魚が入るかな？
Kondo. The heck is a kondo? Oh, stove. Combining the meaning ka and na, we can see where kana gets is actually
このコンロにこの魚が入るかな？
yep. Get is original meaning. Ka presents a question, usually to another person, while not sometimes shows that a sentence is related purely to the speaker's own thoughts, opinions. In this way, kana expresses that the speaker's own thoughts are being questioned. In the past, kana was thought of as being a fairly feminine way to express I wonder, and males tended to use phrases like yep, daro ka, to express the same type of statement. However, in modern day Japanese, kana is used by both men and women equally. Considering that it's a bit softer, kana feels and seems softer than daro ka. Or just straight up daro with confidence, I suppose, in confirmation. Kono, let's see. Kono tsu tsucho. I don't think I have cho yet. Chucho checkbook. Okay, coming from finances. I see. And then this is account, but I don't have this. Chucho wa okasan no daro ka. Okay. あの人は本当にoh Ben, oh yeah, that's Ben. Ben 弁護士なのかな? Lawyer, 弁護士. All right. There are other wonders. There are 3 other wonders. There are 2 other wonders in N4. We'll cover them as they relate retroactively. All right. So we got kana, zenzen, and Yoda. Yoda. All right. Let's go. High confidence. And oh, they don't separate from casual versus polite. So it'll be, I wonder what happens if you put mitai here. How about grammar point that's a bit more polite? Okay, so they'll specify the polite after the fact. Oops.
ほとんどなくなっているようだ。
ほとんどなくなっているようだ。Okay. 着物が全然居合はない。似合いはない。Oh, right. E is, I'm misreading this. E is here. 似合いはない。似合いはない。
着物が全然似合わない。
似合わない。似合わない。Wait, 似合わない。
着物が全然似合わない。
もうすぐ食べに行くかな。
もうすぐ食べに行くかな。
Or higher. Yeah, this is what I mean by a bit of ending flexibility. Anyways. Okay. Let's go to our vocabulary. Quick and sort of quick. This is 実は as a matter of fact, by the way, ooh, I kind of like that. And no, it uses the onyomi. Okay. We got he and jo. Hijoni also double onyomi. Hijoni is just very frequent or exceedingly just high in intensity and frequency. Sakura, gotta get used to that character. Sure, we're into Japanese culture. Toryo, colleague. Oh, okay. Ryo is usually kind of generically as some form of companion, or actually no. Did they assign to for Ryo a colleague? Okay. Companion, associate in a company, person. Ryo. Okay. Suido is it's a road. This is like a path and water services. A water street. Suido. Enisu. Self-explanatory. Nikai tate. Date. Because of probably rendaku. Nikai date. And then you can obviously change the number of the stories, showing you a compound for like a compound phrase. Ish. Mansion was what I was thinking about with sho, but in WaniKani, like this apartment or any form of like condominium, flats, loft, etc. Choose would be erabu. Okay. In that case, that's too cheap. Rap Tsutsumu. Tsutsumu. That was recent. Rap is pretty well. It's a very specific character. So we'll be fine with that one. This one, not dame. Like, no good, but it's double kun. Oh, is that? Hold up. I don't think we reached it yet. I'm pretty sure we haven't. No. Burdensome. Dame. Alright. We're gonna feel this one out for Dame. I think I'm okay. It appears that Da is in it, so could do something like we have fat horse. And then you just have to link it with Da. So a fat horse and Da, that's not too bad. Not bad. Yogoreru. Get dirty. I think we got Yogoru to like intransitively get dirt, or transitively dirty something. This is intransitive. Oh, you know what? That's kind of interesting. It's the second subgroup. So whenever you have, if you're like trying to do an action, but it deals with becoming something, it kind of feels reverse. So redu, there's a chance sometimes it's either transitive or intransitive, depending on this. It's like the second group. You kind of just fill it out, I suppose. Machigaeru. Make a mistake. Machigaeru. Transitive. Tsuru, the fish. Transitive. Sleep. Nemuru. Nemuru. This is intransitive. These ones are a little bit cryptic because it's a mu here. Mu's tend to be intransitive. Steel. Nesumu. That's new. We have tall, but I don't think I have Nesumu. Yeah, no. Oh no, I do. Nesumu. Where did this go? Oh wait, not. Oh no, Nusu. Sorry, not Mesu. Nusu. Nusu. Oh, the noose. Ooh, Nesumu. I don't remember noose at all. Nusu. Oh no. So tall. What is that? Next plate? Okay. Alright. Nisu is... Yikes. It's probably the weakest one. Kiru... Inoru. This is Kito. Inoru is fine. Prey is very special. Actually, I'm not even sure if there's any other Ino I can think of off the top of my head. Nope. Annani. This is Interesting. Because we got Sonnani, I think. Yeah, this is just a compliment to the extent, but from both speakers. The speaker and the listener. Jido is fine. Jido is fine. And Sangyo, yeah, that's product and business. Livelihood. All right, so there's two questionable ones, two-ish questionable ones. Okay, jitsuwa. An expression used to introduce a fact or information not previously mentioned. Yeah, fair enough. An adverb used to emphasize the degree or intensity of something. Okay, and then it was using high. Okay. A type of flowering tree known for its beautiful pink and white blossoms, famous primarily in Japan. Sakura. I mean, primarily in Japan? Suppose. A person who works in the same organization or company as you. So you have do. The system of pipes, tanks, and infrastructure used to provide water to buildings and homes. Oh yeah. So a sports played with a racket and a yellow ball, often enjoyed in singles or doubles matches. A noun describing a building or structure with 2 floors or levels, right? Okay. Lots of these characters are pretty solid. A non-Japanese term for a large building containing multiple individual living units or apartments. Okay. A verb meaning to make a decision by picking one option from among several. The action of covering or enclosing something with materials such as paper or cloth. An adjective indicating that something is not acceptable or cannot be done. So this one's one of the questionable ones, but I think we're okay with Da, our new character Da. Da is actually a new character. A verb indicating that something becomes unclean or stained. So use. A common verb that means to commit an error or to do something incorrectly, right? Okay. A verb indicating the activity of catching fish, often using a fishing rod and bait. The action of resting with one's eyes closed and being in a state of rest. Okay. A verb indicating the act of taking someone else's property or possession without permission. And then it's a verb that highlights the act of communicating with a higher power or deity through supplication or petition. Petition. Okay, I see. Supplication. That's interesting. Okay. An adverbial phrase used to indicate the extent of something that is either a mutually shared memory or something away from both. Or something away from both the speaker and listener. Interesting. Wait, grammar points incoming, I suppose. And before grammar point. Operating or functioning independently without human intervention. Right. Okay. A category of economic activity related to the production of goods or services, often used in relation to one's chosen field. Right. That product. Good. Go. Okay. All right. Actually, oh, wrong particle.
あの時話した話、実は嘘だったんだ。
Wait, I thought it was, oh. Oh.
真実を知り非常にショックを受けました。
桜を見に家族で公園へ行く。
彼とは3年前まで同僚でした。
この国の水道の水は飲めますか？
後で一緒にテニスをしましょう。
新しい2階建てのアパートに引っ越しをする。Oh, right, move.
あなたが住んでいるマンションはどこにあるの？
僕はショートケーキを選んだ。彼女もショートケーキを選んだ。
Fair enough.テニン。こちらはプレゼント用に包みましたか？ Umi shimasu ka? Not shimasu ka. Shimasu ka? I added an extra syllable. I was like, what is happening? And not. How does that work? Oh, okay.
人に暴力を振るのはダメです。
Actually, I'm not sure what oil it. Oh, abura. Okay, like abura an oil painting. Date fuka ga yogoreru.
油で服が汚れる。
答え違える。
答えを間違える。
川で鮭を2匹釣りました。
Oh, sounded like Sega.
昨日はぐっすり眠れた？
Usuri. Well. Usuri. Nemureta. What? Oh, I keep typing.
近所のコンビニで漫画を盗む。
健康を祈る。
Interesting. Okay. All right. I got you.
あんなに勉強したのに。
自動的にアプリがアップデートされる。
Apari. Oh, that's interesting. Apari. Apari ga. Wait. Say that again.
自動的にアプリがアップデートされる。
産業について勉強する。
All right. So we're keeping with the groove. Moving along today. Gonna try to get stuff done and gonna start tomorrow. A little fresher, right? All right, folks. That's our wrap for our Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap and discuss things. I probably some things that might come up in future discussion is the idea is like, oh, but you're not doing your reviews, and how are you gonna catch up? How are you gonna remember this stuff? Something I do in the evening that occurs very often that is not related to SRS, which I've talked about this quite a bit as a personal share. When I learn something, I typically try to find a opportunity to immediately apply or discuss or think about those things. So during the evening when I'm no longer streaming, that doesn't mean I'm not practicing or reviewing these things. So I do want to make that clear every once in a while that I don't tune this stuff out. Like, they're not segregated. So whenever I feel I'm talking to someone, they feel like they have to force themselves to review. To remember things for myself, I apply them. And when I apply them, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm applying them as I'm learning them. So when I immerse, I am outputting the stuff by applying it, not necessarily trying to find new sources of input. So oftentimes this can feel scary, like, oh no, what if I forgot the 60 grammar points are piling up because my SRS is not telling me what the lesson has already taught me. That's not really the case for myself. And I've made this quite clear that the truth, in my opinion, the most reliable piece of consistency in my life is when I learn something, I try to find as immediate application or a tether to an existing memory that I have. So talking about it, like, I do this while I'm literally learning something. When I'm learning something, I'm not learning it by reading what it's exactly and only what it's trying to tell me. I have plenty of foundations in so many things that when I'm reading a lesson, it's not taking it one-to-one. It's rarely taking it one-to-one. It's taking it like 6-to-1. I read something, I process it, I try to comprehend it, and I contextualize it myself. It doesn't matter, in my opinion, how abstract the concept is. After you get old enough, like with enough experience, if you're not like living under a bunker or bootstrapping through the same limited skills, it's rarely you ever read something in a void. Like when someone's trying to teach me a concept, it's not like I turn off my brain and say, oh yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard this. Okay, so we're just gonna write this down and try to understand fundamentals. And some people might think of learning another language as another fundamental. That's true if the last language you learned actively in that specific way was like 30 years ago, which is your first language. I haven't really stopped learning English and contextualizing English. So this type of bootstrapping and stuff is not outside of my purview still. Do I ever go back and watch past streams? Not for this type of thing. I go back to watch when someone points something out. So the only time I go back and watch my past stream is when there is a point being raised. So when someone's like alluding to a past stream or alluding to something, or I have to recall something that deals with something that happened in the past. So those are the stuff that I would review. I need an application to go back. Otherwise, I'm consistently moving forward while attaching things to the past. So the things I remember really well from past streams are because they're brought forward. And then when it comes to learning, everything gets consolidated and comprehended on the spot. If I'm absolutely way out of my depth, then we would do something else. But I haven't really done anything like that in a while. So it would be kind of an interesting experiment, like doing something way out of my depth. Maybe something like learning quantum mechanics or something, because I genuinely do not have strong foundations anymore in physics. Even to get to there, I would need to rehearse and do everything as though it is new, because I don't have strong tethers. Like basic foundational physics occasionally gets tied to the explanation of molecular dynamics on the molecular level, right? Like molecular biology. And that's as cursory as we get to physics. So if you elevate to like quantum mechanics, I can't even begin to know anything other than saying the word quantum mechanics, which is how I feel that the majority of people who learn on the internet for the first time, right? For the first time, or when they're young, the vast, dominant, and majority of their information is that whatever they learn first will form the foundation on which everything is built upon. So imagine the error rate or the spuriousness if a child, right, grows up and their first foundational representative happens to be some guru that is talking about 30 or 40 years of experience, but they truncate it into a 1 year duration, and then the child forms the foundation that you can acquire 30 or 40 years of reductive, simplistic, simplistic product, and that is the basis of everything they form. I say this as a very specific example because that is one of the root causes, not malicious, but more like inappropriate interaction, possibly, when a child develops the perspective, that things happen very rapidly. And in my opinion, is a little bit of a mixed bag, because the products that people are selling, like your masterclass for to master communication in 6 months, that is possible, but it's directed towards a very specific audience. And when you're selling something, there aren't any rules or laws yet, that regulates how these things are advertised to people. For example, they can target anyone they want. You can serve ads to pretty much anyone for the moment. There's no negligence, no clause of protection for anyone selling stuff. So they don't necessarily have the legal consequences of serving ads to the most reliable payout. And that's not because the product is selling something fake. If you're a 30-year-old, 40-year-old expert, right? You spent 20 years cultivating something. Your product is really geared towards considering who the most efficacious, maybe business target versus most efficacious for your success. So it is up to the responsibility of the seller to target either for business practices or reliability in their product, right? They go hand in hand. Your business goes down if the reliability of your product goes down. So it's the tolerance of the reliability of the product, so the people you're targeting, and their success, in exchange for how easily targetable the target is. So when you market well, it works well, and it's often a win-win. But there are things that are not foreseen because kids and other people, they get to choose, right? Their choices. But there's no fine print for things like learning apps. Oftentimes, learning apps and skill building and stuff, there aren't red tapes for, hey guys, adult discretion is advised, but I'm gonna show how I learned to do a backflip. Meanwhile, there's no disclaimer, right? A lot of these things have disclaimers like, oh yeah, make sure to take the necessary steps, have adult supervision, right? Seek a gymnast. There are a lot of things there aren't any laws or moderations to provide a foundation or structure for what they target. And I think these are very similar. You can kind of say that we live, at least in my opinion, in a society where if the intent is pure, one is often exonerated of negligence. But in my opinion, sometimes the wound kind of cuts deep. So when you're doing something like this and you fail, what is the cost of that? I was talking to someone yesterday and they were asking about WaniKani and is it a great place to start? And someone else coincidentally was there who said, yeah, it's recommended if you're interested in kanji. And I'm like, let's expand upon that a little bit. So in my opinion, it was interesting. It was interesting to ask the person what type of behavioral pattern they have, because you could spend a year on WaniKani, spend the money, and then come out feeling regretful, right? Because of what I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think people, the developers of Bunpro and WaniKani, have to be held like very vigorously accountable, because they are trying to encourage learning, right? Education. However, it takes supervision, like an adult, a guidance. That's why teachers exist. And then there's feedback from other people, right? Other people who are ahead of you or more experienced to provide guidance. But when someone comes around and just says, oh yeah, this is good, like I would recommend it, and then they didn't ask anything about the person they're talking to, that's what I mean by someone who sells a product that projects what. Sometimes they don't have time for these things. You can't account for all these variabilities, but you can project like, hey, my product works because I'm the success story. Fair enough. The other thing is, though, because we know that exists, anyone who's impressionable can be served a ad for a specific skill, and it's based on statistics, right? Like, if a product is very popular, that means a lot of people buy it, and it's very successful. That's fair. It doesn't take into account, so what happens with the minority a lot of times, like these products, like maybe they have a 15% fail ratio, and then you're one of the 15%, and then your thought is, okay, well, this is the first time I've ever learned a language. I used this product and I failed where 90% of other people succeeded. This is one of the tough things about formal education. You're trying to find a structure that fits a large audience or a larger audience, because you're accounting for nearly everyone who has to go through the structure. So most of these things are not regulated, and for better or for worse, because I'm not suggesting they should be regulated, because there are pros and cons to regulation as well, and it can cost developers and it can reduce the amount of tools. But because we have to keep in mind, the vast amount of tools also means that the area is unregulated. So if you're expecting consistency in the way you learn and whatnot, that is at the expense of a higher standard. If things did in fact have incredibly high standards, there wouldn't be a lot of it that creates spuriousness. In this case, I wanted to make sure to relate back to the topic of all of this, right? I do other things. I do a lot of other things that would leverage my experience, not ride the ride. In the beginning, like the first month or two, I try to see what it's like if I specifically relied on Bunpro. Just everything, reading one for one, right? Because I kind of want to get close to how people imagine, or how I think other people imagine these products work. I think the large majority of the developers is a give and take. Developers want to target, like a nice thing about tools is if you target a audience that is interested and it's a good fit for your product, they would inherently already have the experiences and whatnot to also elevate your product. You think that Don't Do This at Home does some heavy lifting? Yeah. For example, when someone says, hey, should I go and grind Bunpro? Viewer, discretion is advised. Like, what is your learning background? In my opinion, right? Are you a child learning for the first time? Which can happen. And what I mean by child, I mean someone who's young and inexperienced, not someone who is literally young, like 13, 14. But as you're getting younger, you're less and less likely to have the experience. So it's often you start, and there are some products out there that actually does this. So and Bunpro kind of does this. Smaller products don't necessarily use dynamic dynamic like tuning, because their product is very focused and it costs a lot of money to try to like tweak it so that it dynamically fits more like a niche thing, right? Personalization, like fitness programs, fitness apps now has gotten to a point where, because of the way like statistical mapping can work with like AI, right? AI uses statistical mapping. Like you convert things into a matrix, and then the matrix will create the likelihood of coherence and coincidences for the behavior. So nowadays, fitness apps, unlike language learning apps for the time being, what they tend to do, SRS is a close like a dynamics. It's related to the dynamics of frequency for memory retention. Fitness apps tend to be like, when you subscribe into it, what they do is they try to add levels of automated personalization, which then can increase the potential that, you know, someone else who picks up the app, they're like, oh yeah, based on all your preferences and your stuff, here's a 1-year program. Meanwhile, the other person, another person gets it and it's like, okay, here's your, based on your preferences and behavior, here's a 4-year program. And then the product that's being advertised would be said like, oh, we've customized something that dynamically tries to take into consideration the human variation in experience. That's a new thing now, but well, it's not the newest thing, it's an old concept. But with the new computational power, that's a wonderful way to talk about how AI could be applied in a manner that can be appropriate, right? Because it's very difficult to hire like a personal trainer to keep track of, obviously, this is not tackling the whole data privacy and all that stuff. That's a different topic for another day. But these tools do not have those things, right, at the moment. So whenever someone asks me for, do I recommend this and recommend that, we would need at least 30 minutes to allow me to ask even the basic questions that, in my opinion, when someone's asking advice, they're also sharing something, which doesn't happen anymore. For example, you go to a car dealership, right? And then if you stood there and let the car dealer lead all of the advertising and all the explanation, then they can convince you to buy anything. If you don't have a clear idea, right? You don't have any previous experiences, wants, needs going into it. So that is kind of how I feel about internet conversation right now. They ask you blanketed things without voluntarily asking what they're looking for, what they're doing. So oftentimes I would follow up. I would ask them, so what have you done previously? Okay, may I ask how you qualify what's considered casual, what type of input you have? Do you have any particular lifestyle choices that can interfere with making time? So the thing I typically highlight about SRS is you need to make time for SRS. SRS is designed, like Bunpro and WaniKani, is designed to create a new habit. So if you're looking at your lifestyle schedule right now and you're saying, oh, I stopped learning the previous language, which is what happened to the previous person that I was talking to yesterday. They used to learn Korean, well, they thought they were interested in Korean, and then there wasn't enough form of casual input practice to boost their motivation for Korean. But they like anime and like Japanese anime, so not manga, right? And they said that might help them develop consistency for Japanese. Well, if casual input is the example of why they decide to start up Japanese, Bunpro and WaniKani would be ill-fitted for that, because they've already stated that if it is not the boon to their enthusiasm is that they can do something they like and learn something along the way. WaniKani and Bunpro requires that you create a new habit in your schedule. So it is considered not casual to this person. It is hardcore. You have to lift and break up your schedule to accommodate Bunpro and WaniKani until it becomes a part of your life schedule, which can be tough because that's the deal breaker for SRS. The whole idea is to keep you consistently doing something that actually isn't a casual part of many people's lifestyles. So, and it works really well if you're not a busy person doing something else. So that was my main comment to that person. Like, and you can try it out. So you can temporarily try it out for the first 100 characters and see how your schedule fits. Because WaniKani's success, in my opinion, and Bunpro's success is dependent on if the person they're selling it to, right, like their product is reaching the hands of someone. Those people have very strong one thing in common. They will make time for the SRS regardless. They have a trust in the system that they would follow through the end. The success stories that will really be helpful to Bunpro's developers and WaniKani's developer is that people have to understand it's not a form of casual input. It's a hardcore, bootstrapped, grindy thing to immediately try to grind a new pattern into your lifestyle. And if you're halfway there, like, you know, you start like a month in and you spent like 3 months subscription and you look back and say, I can't maintain this anymore, then most of that WaniKani and Bunpro stuff is probably going to fade. And it's going to feel like it's a past chapter in your life, which to me, I know I could be involuntarily, like unintentionally taking maybe business away from WaniKani or Bunpro, but honestly, I would prefer to be responsible for putting two things suitable like WaniKani and Bunpro together with their intended target audience, because I think developers prefer to be selling to appropriate people so that the success of their product is more consistent. The perception of their quality of their product is more accurate. And obviously these are still small devs. Tofugu and Bunpro's operation is relatively small. The idea is two small operations. Optics is the most important, and they don't have money for marketing strategies and whatnot. So having people be able to do that, at least in my opinion, that would be something that I am more willing to place my professional integrity on, which is the idea that you want to be selling a product or you suggesting a product by explaining to the best of your ability if the product is appropriate for a person. I understand this sounds like, wait, why are you making such a big deal? Because it's important to me. I like when I understand a product and the design functions that it has that is suitable for someone. And you can always ask that person, say, do you want to try something crazy? Like something way out of the box, out of your comfort zone? Because it sounds like you're really in your comfort zone. You need a high comfort zone in order to start something. Give it a try. And that's the end. That's how the developers have a free trial period, right? And often I would say something like, all right, the first 100 characters, it will give you like a month's period to figure out if it's sustainable. Because before you start committing to something, it can feel really terrifying. If this is your first experience with like a technique or something, it can transform your perspective or even carry forever. And kids are far more impressionable. So I'm not... that person is striking me as a much older person, so I don't know. You like Nihongo Shark saying very early on in their lessons to get a tutor for speaking practice. Yeah, to reveal a lot of the things. They didn't offer the service through them and didn't say what site or program. They just wanted to speak. Yeah, exactly. So I think it does it does cost money, and it does cost developer money, right? And it's up to the developers' due diligence whether they want to risk a larger audience or narrow audience. For myself, if I like a product and I like using it, I'm not gonna say what it doesn't do and say what it does do in the hopes that somehow is dependent on the user to compensate for the product. So instead, it's a lot more regular for me to, because I can do it. I'm not developing Bunpro, right? I'm using Bunpro, so I'm taking the consumer perspective. How the developers take, if they even see any of this, take that for perspective is up to them. For myself, I think the most I do not want to also be a reason for professional negligence. I'm not selling a product. I'm technically offering advice when prompt, and an advice is the lifeblood of my professional integrity. So I wouldn't simply blanketed statement rely on some sort of predictive algorithm or some statistical not objective metric when I'm talking to someone, because there is a subjectivity and a limitation of their experience or an expansion of their experience. In fact, when someone says something like, oh yeah, I've used 4 SRS systems in my past life, WaniKani and Bunpro is probably not for you. You're probably going to find it arguably a detraction because it feels like you're doing the same thing. So, right, knowing more and knowing less, there's appropriateness for those things. And that's what I would want to say here. Like, I understand that, back to my original point, I understand that some people might look at this and they're like, oh, his Bunpro thing might not end up going the way he thinks because he's not actively using the SRS system. I said this before about like Duolingo's non-SRS system, which is like Lecture Bound versus WaniKani, HanziHero, and Bunpro. I don't particularly use SRS systems anymore. My SRS system is on most of the time. Like, just because I don't have something literally prompting me to remember grammar points and vocabulary doesn't mean I'm like in the evening playing video games or something and I'm like, huh, maybe I should go over in my head what I remember from today's lesson. I do that a lot because every evening I have to reflect upon what I did for the day. And then every so often, every week or two, I reflect. Every month or two, I reflect. And every year I reflect. So these things, the reason why sometimes accuracy is higher and like maybe your mileage might vary, doing what I'm doing, this is only part of the picture. I'm doing this part to demonstrate how I interact with it, and then making disclaimers, because in the evening there's still like 8 hours of my day, and I don't sit there and compartmentalize things. Like I don't turn my brain off to Japanese all of a sudden because something's not telling me to do it. I think that is something that someone who choose to do something that they don't really care about or know about, like, this is very direct. If you're choosing to turn your brain off to something that you're working on, then that is no longer a life skill. It is a job. If you're talking about, like, I ask this question oftentimes, but I rarely reveal what my intent was. Whenever I ask, like, oh, so why are you doing Japanese? Like, why are you learning Japanese? And then someone would say, oh, it's purely a hobby. Okay. My mindset is that if it's purely a hobby, then they would have pleasure from doing it, overall pleasure and like reward from doing it. So the next thing that comes out of their mouth should be, if I asked them like, oh, so how are you using your Japanese now? It would be something of pleasure, something that is integrated into their life that they do on a regular basis because it's a hobby. That's kind of a mixed bag, because the ones that are guaranteed to respond, nearly guaranteed to respond that, they finished WaniKani. They did all of the Bunpro exercises because it has become a part of their life. That's truly a hobby. Now, when someone's starting, that's a different story, because they have to anticipate that it becomes a part of their life. And when you hear their past history with language, it sounds like they're looking for something that will become part of their life. And SRS is a big demand. It's a really big demand immediately. I think learning what you're interested in and finding things that you can see that you can do for a while, and then have SRS be an application of it, can create a new hobby or a new habit, which habits can be hobbies, right? So when someone says, oh, should I start with WaniKani? It could end your hobby right there. And personally, I don't think the Tofugu and the Bunpro would really like the idea that, oh man, all these people are starting and the vast majority of them are quitting and then leaving a sour taste and a poor impression of their product, right? So that's kind of the trade-off. It would be great to know that, oh, this person, they already look at Japanese in a way that happens every day, and then they always wonder, oh, I wonder what these characters mean. Try WaniKani out, because then there's a natural fit to create a habit. And one of the most important things about lifelong things is habit formation. And one of the, in my opinion, increasingly consistent way to introduce a new habit is to often couple it with an existing habit. An existing habit that is positive. So if someone is saying, oh, I recently acquired a new habit, and now I want to attach it, and you're asking me, is it recommended to attach a new habit to another new habit, possibly? Or is it an old habit, as in they already do it? It's possible. Like, usually you want old habits, and usually positive ones. However, this person is unclear if it's a new or an old habit, because the person introduced a parallel habit with Korean that didn't pan out. So it's a bit of a 50-50. They would have to fill it out. When you're stacking, compound stacking new habits, the odds of that being successful will lead to exhaustion. Like, it typically fails in exhaustion. That's like starting a new diet and experts telling you, oh yeah, that's okay, just start a crash diet and then suck it up and you'll get it through. The success rate is so low. Wonderful like fitness people out there who gears nutrition, and they talk about how to do something temporarily, but also make it and transitioning it into something long lasting. And it requires a structure, right? A really heavy structure. Alternatively, they can slowly make modifications, adapting the existing habits. And I think one of the largest failure rates, at least in my opinion, one of the underlying consequences is people adopt like 3 habits on average when they start language learning. And all 3 of these habits are novel habits, not like, oh, I have a habit D and a habit E that is somehow related to all these habits. So these habits complement and these habits provide application. And then I just want to wrap up this part what are my habits, D and E? I stream. So I have to think about what I'm doing, at least in my opinion. The habit of streaming requires that I review what I'm doing and where I'm going every single day, at least in my opinion. Or maybe like once a week, we would plan on a weekend or something like that. And then what's E? I like learning process. So these habits are already attached to this. I've been doing this for a very long time. So these form the foundations. So regardless of how rigorous WaniKani is or Bunpro is, they are not stronger. They are not strong enough to inhibit my existing habits. My existing habits are so strong that no matter how strong this gets, it is unlikely to break, which is what makes habit coupling very powerful, right? If you like broccoli, for example, let's use something a little bit more realistic. If you like, say, running, right? And you understand that eating broccoli, that this is not a real example, just to tell you about habit coupling. If you like running and you like running, like whatever element of running, the air blowing around, getting to be outside, whatever it is, if this is established already for like 5 years, you have a solid routine, and then you simply add a routine of eating broccoli near it, like afterwards or before, the strength of this habit will trigger this one. And that is a synergistic. There's also destructive. You can take a good habit and try to replace it with a bad habit. That's a different story. It's a lot tougher. This one is synergistic. So language learning can be built using synergistic habit pretty much regularly. However, like I was alluding to, when people talk about their reviews and their vocabulary and whatnot, it strikes me that the vast majority of people compartmentalize. They compartmentalize. So when they're on WaniKani, they're studying Japanese. When they're watching their anime, they're no longer using Japanese. Right? When you're playing a Japanese video game and you're looking at it, it's like, well, your brain is already turned off because your study time is different from your learning time, and your practice time is different. That's what happens when a habit is decoupled from each other. And that can still work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. The odds of it working goes dramatically down if they're not associated with each other. For me, as a final emphasis to beat it over a dead horse, it is natural for me. It is almost obligatory for me to think about what I learned for the day. Whether I do this amount of things, I'm already reviewing it like 4 times a day. Or more. Like, I'm already doing way more than what this SRS is doing. That's why WaniKani gets faster over time. Whenever the most recent unit, right? Whenever I got the most recent unit, it takes a fraction of the time after the first day. Because it's not like I stopped thinking about it. After I close WaniKani, I find ways to use it. It's part of my habit. So most of the stuff that I learn, I'm interested in the process, right? And then the process requires that I think about it for every stream. And then every stream requires me to do something, like create a story, this very digression. I prepare a digression, like a comment, nearly every single day. That is the strongest part of the habit. And using Bunpro is the new thing. But Bunpro, no matter what I do with Bunpro, I have to do all my old things. So when I do my old things, I get to Bunpro. That's kind of the idea. Your strongest foundations are your habits that exist. And if you are able to use them to motivate yourself, and that's where the motivation is, you can attach a new habit to it. And that's also, by the way, having a bad habit and putting it next to a good habit can often give you the opportunity to either replace the bad habit, displace it, or alter it. That's another method of trying to like tweak something. Like if you're always making a mistake, this is my last point that I've been making over the past week with Mika, is that when you make a mistake, you might consider that as a one-off, or you repeat it so often that you become good or efficient. Don't use the word good because I don't really like the word good in this game. You become more efficient at making this mistake as bad if it's detached from your quote-unquote good habit. And what is that good habit that I typically use to my advantage? I like solving problems. So anytime a mistake comes out, it triggers my good habit, the habit that I had for years, over 30 years. So I learn from my mistakes because it triggers a habit of problem solving. The person that I've been talking to for a while, their trigger is that this is a bad habit, and it triggers avoidance. So their natural habit that they practice really well is to circumvent the problem. How do you circumvent a mistake? By finding the correct answer. So if you become really, really good at finding the correct answer and avoiding how you made the wrong, how you made the mistake in the first place, this mistake continues to exist. It doesn't displace this. This doesn't antagonistically displace it. Constantly knowing how to quickly find the right answer does not solve mistakes. It does not address the nature of the mistake. It gets you better at ignoring the mistake and the nature of the mistake because you no longer have to do it. So yes, you can be incredibly successful by always knowing what the right thing is, but you will be poor at fixing old things or, improving on bad things, turning bad things into good things. Those are the things you don't practice. You don't do those things habitually. You can use the act of looking for a correct answer and attach it to a new habit of trying to comprehend the answer. And that's usually the technique I would use. When someone is so avoidant and they constantly circumvent to get the correct answer, you can attach this habit, which is established now. It's a good habit, right? It's good to always know how to find the correct answer and know the correct answer. That is a desirable habit. It's sustainable. So now, since they do this really often, it's time to attach a new habit to it. So the new habit is constantly ask them about, what does the correct answer tell you? What did you learn from the correct answer? And then at some point, when they look for correct answers in order to comprehend the correct answer, you can then try to use it to displace the mistakes, the habit of avoiding mistakes and addressing mistakes down the road, because then this will enable a relationship with analyzing mistakes. So then mistakes will no longer be something bad to avoid. It would be something to understand because they're looking for the correct answer. So they need to comprehend the mistake in order to look for the correct answer. And that is usually a much less resistant way of getting eventually, not everyone, but most people to come back around. So yes, you can still continue to avoid and develop that bad habit of making mistakes, and it will feel bad, but at least they have the motivation to look for correct answers and slowly build another habit, eventually coming back to the mistake. This, I'm not describing just people I'm talking about now. This was me when I was a teenager. When I was younger, this was my cycle. You make a mistake, you immediately get told, or you find out what the correct answer is, and that's it. You do that, mistake, find correct answer. Mistake, find correct answer, because you have no basis yet for comprehension, right? We have to understand that when you are younger, right, you lack experience to create comprehension. So you do this, that's the quote-unquote bane and double edge of formal education, right? Until you form enough foundations, there's no basis for comprehension yet. And then eventually, with enough correct answers, you can slowly develop a habit of comprehension, which I already mentioned 3 days ago. It was in college when I got slapped in the face for not comprehending the things that I know to be correct. You can know things to be correct without comprehending any of it, right? And then the rest is history, because through the years of college and graduate school, I've come to realize that I don't only have to leverage my comprehension for the correct answer. I can leverage my comprehension for nearly every aspect of my life. When someone says, aren't you worried you're going to develop a bad habit? No, it's a problem to comprehend and solve. But what's the point? You could avoid making that bad habit altogether. The point is, you will never get better at solving problems and critically thinking or learning to approach the unknown, the concerns and the insecurities of potentially bad things happening whenever you're doing new things, if you don't know how to solve them. The secrets, low-key confidence that I have is not in my intelligence and my forethought and my clairvoyance, which I don't have, by the way, is the idea that whatever comes, what may, right, both bad and good, they are things to be comprehended and then correct and then improved upon or changed. So both mistakes and correct answers are serendipitously great, right? If it's a mistake, if it's a bad habit, I learned something. I learned something that is bad for me. Like, getting this thing is counterintuitive to this thing. So now I can learn how to do that. And in the future, when that happens, it's a non-issue, right? So that is what's missing a lot of times. And that's what I mean here. So when someone sees this, they see one way to do things. And I'm specifically telling you that I have at least 6 ways when I'm not using WaniKani or Bunpro to tell me how to do something. It's extra. This is good. It's extra. And me ranting with my time is also extra. So just thought I'd share a little bit to encourage people, because this likely happens a lot of times to people who adopt a new habit and they didn't realize how when you want a habit, it will be forever. Like, the whole idea of having a habit is that you want to keep it forever. Most people look at Bunpro and WaniKani as a accomplishment, like an achievement. So they would do it, and then it would be like, all right, we'll never use this again. We'll just wash ourselves of it, right? Well, you don't literally have to use this to continue using it. Like, this knowledge that you're acquiring is supposed to be there forever, right? Because if you learned it, you kind of want to retain it. You don't have to literally use Bunpro That's the main point I'm making. You don't literally need to use your learning source to remind you to practice. When you learn something, output, in my opinion, and I've emphasized this a lot, the nature of output and application is the top 3 contributors to comprehension and retention, not how often you segregate yourself and be forced to practice. All of the forms of output will create retention for you. So yeah, my suspicions were confirmed after using like 1.5 years of multiple SRS. It's not really particularly required. That's why sometimes I can make room for these things. All right. Anyways, that's enough fluffing my session time, and that's it. So until next time, guys. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Right. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, grab an extra beverage, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第459天 is day 459. Alright, so we don't have lessons today because our last couple of lessons pushed 4 a.m. and 4 a.m. is during the reset time. So today we're gonna try to do some of our review stacks on the character stuff. What's my beverage of choice? Give you 3. Best after a long day, favorite at social events, and one that you always go back to. Ooh. Now that is a really wonderful, detailed question. Beverage of choice. After a long day, like a really long day, let's consider it a long day as in highly intellectually stimulating, brutally physically exhausting, like a work day, right? Or like an outreach day or something like that. A bubble tea. Probably a bubble tea, maple soaked boba, so brown sugar. The base would probably be jasmine or oolong is fine. And I don't know what the measurements are, but we're gonna say 250 mils. Something like that. That's a lot. Maybe like anywhere between like around 200 mils. And then favorite at social event, bubble tea. But if we're talking about social events, we're going to talk about accompanying the type of people that I'm around. So it's going to be probably a gin and tonic, Hendrix, gin and tonic, Hendrix with Canada Dry, maybe like Canada Dry and gin and Hendrix put together. It's not quite a gin and tonic, but similar if they have it. And then I would have either a glass of water or maybe something with simple syrup in it, like a lemonade or something. So a lemonade and a gin and tonic. That's to cover more social events. So on the off chance that we are at a bar or something like that, I would have something classy, sort of like, at least in the United States, something classy. And then I would have an alternative beverage as well. And then one that I always go back to, it's water. I go back to water. However, what I have here is my long day stuff. So this is relatively cheap and affordable. This is Arizona, and it's just green tea with ginseng. And people will probably yell like it has 34 grams of added sugar, which is the whole idea of Arizona tea. So this is sweet tea, but this is my only source of glucose in the day. Like, I legitimately eat 0 glucose. So 34 grams is pretty much the entire daily value of added sugar I can have, so, or like recommended. And I consume sugar when I'm thinking a lot. So when I'm rigorously constantly like speaking or doing something, after a long day, I would have a bubble tea. Bubble tea would have somewhere around 20, anywhere, like, usually it can vary, but 25 grams to 30 grams of sugar in it, like added sugar. Yeah. To provide a little bit more detailed thing. The other drink that you might see me drink when getting really later into the day, like if I'm gonna miss dinner or something, I would drink a meal replacement and then eat a smaller snack because I don't want to like upset my stomach while I'm gonna go to bed soon. And it would be a Fairlight protein meal replacement. So it has alternative sugars to keep the sugar level down, but it would have your excess amount of variety of minerals and supplements while having like 20 to 30. It has, I think, 30 grams of protein in it to help me with satiety. And it's in liquid form. Liquid settles a little bit better. Like if I were to like throw back 3 servings of broccoli before I go to bed, it's gonna feel a very uncomfortable night. because I'm gonna probably get a little gassy. It takes a while for like vegetables to go through the system. So typically that's the beverages. So you'll probably on stream, right? 2 liters of water. And then you'll see me in my second session after I go and stretch and whatnot. I'll come back with sugar, which is this. This is very cheap because it's filter water with added sugar, more or less. Filter water and added sugar. Very cheap and cost effective. Actually, this company is interesting because, as far as I know, the CEO stuck by his pledge. The whole idea is to keep these things at a specific cost. So they have refused to their wonderful nature of CEO. They rarely ever increase the cost of this, and the process stayed the same. So I understand what I'm getting into. I know what I'm drinking, and that's fair enough. It's very cost effective for sugar to take in like sugar and solutions at the same time. So as opposed to like drinking a Gatorade or something like that, you can do things like that too in moderation. And then Fairlight is recent because I do eat very little on my regular days. My eating habits deal with eating a snack before starting stream. That's right after I run. I run at a fasted state. And then I would have like some dumplings or something, which would be like 300-400 calories. And then you have your mixed macros. They usually have meat in it, so it's some sort of mixed macros. That's great. And then at the end of the day, it's like 2 servings of a strong green broccoli and whatnot, 2 eggs, 1 serving of white rice, and a fish, like a fillet of fish. And most of the stuff is just seasoning. So that's it. That's all I eat. It's progressively getting smaller, but usually you balance it out. So beverages factor in. Beverages definitely factor into my overall calories. So that's an even longer answer to that. And when it comes to social events, I don't make exceptions. So social events, you do whatever. Go and inhale a triple-decker cheeseburger with caramelized onions, jalapeno peppers, and like on a brioche bun. I'm game. Maintenance is the habit formation that I do. So when I'm doing regular things, I need to keep up with the schedule and whatnot. You have to maintain a very specific type of eating habit and diet to keep yourself going. And then social events, obviously. You can see that my choice in social events, beverage, kinda is very exotic or like different from my regular stuff. So yeah, balance of cost effectiveness. Yesterday I was talking about food, right? Balance of cost effectiveness, convenience, and routine. Got it. And I often watch these like nutritional things, like people trying to help another person get healthier, and there's like quote unquote built on science nutritional plans, like, hey, what is to lose fat, right? For example, eat potatoes, carrots, and chicken breasts. Prepare it any way you like, but outside of introducing new fats, maybe like 1 tablespoon of neutral oil at most, like olive oil, and then do whatever you want. Throw in seasoning, prepare it in different ways. Go for it. That's kind of how my diet is like, with the now flexibility of introducing any particular often beverage or like a treat here and there, like some popcorn or whatever my parents decide to like try out from the Costco. And that's why I can have that flexibility. But I do consume 2 to 3 servings of vegetables, 2 eggs, 1 serving of white rice, and 1 fish fillet pretty much every single day. So your balanced meal situation, and everything else is extra. Having that type of foundation means that you can tweak anything else, right? You can grab a bag of Doritos once in a blue moon and it'll taste fantastic. Yeah. I don't know if you do this at all, Crocodile, or like want to instill some of this stuff in your lifestyle, but honestly, you might be thinking, oh, but what about FOMO? Are you missing out? When you go and treat yourself to something, like when you go out with your family and then go to like, I don't know, a pizza place, that stuff tastes amazing. And then you're wondering, oh no, but you know, some people would make an argument, but what if you relapse? Right, a lot of times people talk about relapse. And to relate it to what I was talking about in Bunpro, relapse occurs if your existing habit is weak. So my routine is like 15 years old. So that treat that you have, it tastes like nearly euphoric. But the moment that feeling goes away, which is really quick because you don't do it habitually, immediately your old habit will come back. So oftentimes when people ask, oh, what happens if you relapse and stuff, it means that whatever your older habit is, the one that you are scared to relapse, is also strong. So contrary to what a lot of people might think, the reason why crash diets fail is because they quickly try to replace an old habit with a new habit. And that new habit did not become old enough to compete with their relapse. So if you had a diet that leaned into a new habit for 4 years-ish, or like even greater than a year, it is more likely to try to displace something that you've had a tendency for years. And it's actually quite effective in the year department, because some people would say like 6 months period, greater than a 6-month period. So if you want to suddenly say, hey, how can I get used to eating potatoes like with just salt on it and some broccoli and fish, do it for 6 months. And then obviously make sure all your macros and micronutrients are in, but do it for 6 months. Then challenge yourself. Take a challenge and see how strong the effect is. Usually your habits, if your new habit is solid enough, it will displace the older one. Do you have a main fish? It's whatever is in the market. My parents are Costco people, so you obviously have access to most of the fish. So the 2 primary fish would be some sort of white, I forgot, a cod, I think. A cod or a salmon. That's usually the 2. Cod, tuna, and salmon are your probably good old reliable. Good old reliable. Especially the tuna and salmon. Tuna and salmon, oftentimes fish is more about how you prepare it, right? Food tends to be how you prepare it. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that, Crocodile, seeing that you work in cooking. Costco provides wonderful full fillets of tuna, salmon, and cod. I think that's what the white fish is. It might not actually be cod. I usually refer to my typical like white fish. It would be cod, but it's very difficult to discern between the whitefish. Salmon is very identifiable, and tuna is very identifiable because they have a very specific flesh type, right? And then there are a lot of fish that are white, so it's kind of hard to tell. And it would be simply the fillet, and you meal prep. My father does meal prepping as well, where you would make several servings, refrigerate the servings, and then eat for 3 or 4 days, and then continue that way. And then all the special treats are whatever comes up. So some days I would grab a bag of potato chips from like the local place, or there might be applesauce, something like that. And those things taste fantastic. Like, I can't emphasize how crazily things taste, like sugary things taste and whatnot, when you're kind of like moderating your intake. Anyways, all right, let's go do some of our reviews, and then maybe I'll make a mark. So we have, it's 12:20 a.m. We're gonna try to do this for 2 hours ish, like maybe an hour today, and then we're gonna go into recording our P5X thing. Okay, let's see what we got. What is your go-to beverage? What is your go-to beverages for those days? I usually do the same thing you do. Like, what is your go-to beverage on one of the hottest, your average hottest points in the Australian day after working, right? Or what is your form of hydration during work, like maybe the rush hours and busy days, or you could just say none, or what you crave when you're in the middle of rush hour during your occupation. And then what is your coffee table, like when you're sitting around chatting with friends, what would be your beverage? So those would be the 3 situations that are a little bit different from the ones you mentioned. Not quite social events, but more like hold my beer situation, or around the coffee table in the office building situation. You have a Costco, but the closest one is 2 hours. Like, oof. So you're yet to get that kind of American experience. I see. Like Costco is real. I don't know why I'm pronouncing Costco like that. Costco. They probably just say Costco. We have 2 Costcos. One is like 25 minutes in direction, and the other one is 30 minutes in another direction. And buying like whole fish, especially even prepared fish, it's really a wonderful, like, excellent thing. Like there is, and most of the Costco standards are international in every way. So typically you can still prepare like sashimi, right? Sashimi or nigiri and whatnot with Costco standards. It's not quite the same elsewhere. So it is a nice thing. My parents are your very stereotypical, if you ever watch like a skit about Asian immigrants or Asian families in general, Costco is like a weekly event. That's what they do. Like, it's one of the, I chuckle with many friends who consistently, or people that I meet consistently, Costco is the main event for them. I don't go to Costco with them. They like going, and I'm okay. My old diet was even more probably restrictive. I had like 2 servings of firm tofu from like a container, like milk carton and water, light soy sauce, miso, prepare miso shiru in, and you take miso paste, a combination of 2 different types of miso paste. Put it in. Occasionally I will throw in some seaweed, right? Or some sort of dehydrated seaweed. Dice up the same tofu, put it in that miso, but then just your mixed greens, flash frozen mixed greens like peas and carrots. And then 1 serving of white rice. It was very heavily regimented, largely because then whenever I go to social events, I'll just enjoy food then. That's where I get most of the stuff. I'll obviously always carry on hand your classic spices like Chinese 5 spice. If I'm lucky, grab a jar of chili oil, right? Sichuan chili oil of some sort, or prepare your own. And then it's rice, peas and carrots, a source of protein. I ended up relying on tofu most of the time. I enjoy tofu. And occasionally you can make chicken breasts, like grill some chicken breasts and then dice them up or shred them. The other thing that I haven't ever done before, which I always thought would be what I do, but I'm with my parents at the moment, would be like buy a sous vide and just sous vide chicken breasts, or sous vide a protein of choice, and then do meal preps with that. The thing that I have not had in a while is potatoes. My family don't consume a lot of potatoes, and I do enjoy my potatoes. Easily the most satiety, I'm pretty sure, if not the most readily available commodity for satiety. So whenever you want to like make room for other things to enjoy in life, right, about food in moderation, consume a bunch of baked potatoes or mashed potatoes or just potatoes with some light seasoning. That will get you quite a lot of nutrients, keep you you know, neutral, lots of neutral fullness. And then when you go out to eat or make food, you know, make a special meal on the weekends or go out to socializing and stuff, that food becomes extra incredible as well. Even mediocre things, like you might be thinking, oh, but that makes you settle for less, but you get a really heightened exposure to all like things that look ordinary, like I don't know, some carrots could taste exotic and incredibly flavorful when the large majority of your routine that you're keeping on your foundations are like potatoes and broccoli. So sounds very cliche, but if you can see yourself ever making a habit of consuming like broccoli or potatoes, like just straight up blanched broccoli, maybe like combine the broccoli and potato into like a pancake and like grill it together, it's a very, very great way to this is not how biology works, but the idea is to get your mental reset, a mental reset for your palate, and then other things just seem so fantastic. Like, and I go in terms of social events, Crocodile, I'm guaranteed, because I commit to one social event every single year, and this year it's at the end of July. It's the thing that I was alluding to with the person that I'm bringing along, and maybe we can get them out of their shell. They're incredibly like healthy in the sense of weight and stuff. It's because their appetite and their palate is, everything is really dramatic. That's a biological response all the time. So like this kid, this potato that I know, any type of sauce will blow their head off. So we're gonna try to see if they can enjoy something without it being too intense. Drink when it's super hot after a hard day would have to be a dry beer. Interesting. Like a pale ale or something. 2 Aussie picks you like are... I see. Yeah. Oh, and dry. I've heard that before. 4 and 4X. I'm not sure about 4X. During rush, if you get time to drink, would be water. Okay. Water, all you have at work. Okay. Fair enough. Solid choice, water. If you're with friends and we aren't drinking, you like to have a Pepsi Max. That's kind of exotic. Instead of a Coke Zero, huh? You think it's called Pepsi? Yeah, Pepsi Zero. Max and Zero are both available, but not a Coke Zero. Interesting. In the US, if it's alcoholic, you like Scotch and or rum. What type of Scotch and rum? Interesting. I would have laughed if you said something like, nah, I just throw back Jaeger bombs all day. Like, after a hard day, I just throw back 3 Jaeger bombs. And I'm like, what? I'm kidding, obviously. Drink responsibly. I socialize quite a lot, like more than 7 years ago. And obviously, if I'm not drinking, I'm observing. So most of my alcohol beverage choices and understanding of other beverages is vicarious. So I am quite familiar with drink kind of behavior, like socializing behavior. And I chose specific things largely because of its application and how it agrees with my palate, I suppose. I have tried, like I've been on brewery tours and whatnot to try like different floats of the microbrewery, wine tasting, a lot of trying things. I don't think I've ever built quite the habitual like consumption of these things. Not particularly. Ooh, we got a lot of free stuff. Which one is that? I'm gonna go with snakeskin. Heck! I think they went straight to snake. What? Oh, saloon door instead of gate. That's fine. What are you? Are you crazy, Pill? They use saloon door as opposed to... think stamp, no, paperclip. Air. I think they went with snake first. Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can grab some here. What do you eat? What is your foundational meal plan? So not quite trying to account for the eccentricities, like, you know, the outliers, but more so, what is the basis of your meal planning? What are you?
Ying.
Well, I know you're Ying, but I don't know what you are. It's probably like shiny or like bright or lustrous. Okay. Those are great words. Captain Morgan and Kraken are 2 rums you like. Captain Morgan. That's fairly classic. Kraken, a bit on the exotic side. Monkey Shoulder. Oh, Glenfiddich. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that second one I'm familiar with. Monkey Shoulder. Not familiar with Monkey Shoulder. Interesting. Rum. Crown Royal, probably. Since I'm at a social event, I probably get a Crown Royal. Maybe a Crown Royal with Coke. Obviously, you could just go to bottom, and Captain Morgan is a default, right? I am not a proprietor of Scotch enough to say if I remember the last Scotch I have drank. What are you? You're a hole and in the mouth. It's the hook and the child. It's roar, right?
好
With kids, it changes weekly. You'll try to keep food groups and try your best. Oh, okay. Because I think I don't know. We'll have to see, like, if I live long enough or something. But it is fairly consistent enough to tell you that when kids grow up, like, at least right now, I don't know how your environment of your kids will change, but oftentimes, because of the presence of the internet and how people like eat certain things, and it's always shown how people should or should not eat and whatnot, oftentimes that aspect, when a kid grows up and then they reflect upon their eating habits, they often, the ones that have like varied diets and have the ability to adjust their diets on the fly to meet their life, is often they do refer back to their parents. Like, they often are quite grateful in that. Like, for example, whenever I meet someone who says, yeah, all we did was eat potatoes, and then in their adulthood they will eventually have to diversify their palate. Like, it's an inevitability that you have to diversify your palate in order to meet your nutritional goals, and that often comes with a different varying growing pains. And adults, young adults who have a somewhat discerning, like a balance of a discerning palate, and then having the flexibility to change up their diet whenever they need to meet their life needs, oftentimes they speak fondly about their parents, especially their parental diet, because what you eat, no pressure, crocodile, typically how you fundamentally plan your meals and whatnot, it's very adequate or sufficient to have your children kind of end up mirroring your diet. Not to say that it is the only determining factor, but oftentimes when you see a kid like inhaling spaghetti or like inhaling canned things or throwing back like 100 grams, it's true that kids grow and they're gonna be they're growing so they can consume lots and lots of excess nutrients. However, their body is going to be okay, but their habit formation and mindset will be different when they get to adulthood. So oftentimes, where's that source of like unrestrained moderation and whatnot? It's often owed to the parents. The parents might be suffering. Like, what I mean is, we're not making the parents out to be the villain in this. It's more, if you're unable to manage your lifestyle while taking care of your kids, like you're really tired, so you throw back a bunch of coffee, and you're like upset, and you don't enjoy cooking, you don't like feeding yourself specific things, it often plays, if not one of the more dramatic and significant roles on your kids' depiction of diet. And that's for both boring, like even if we're talking about healthy things, like you could have a healthy boring diet, that's perfectly all right, and then you can have a diverse healthy diet. The thing is, when there is like some deficiency, again, no pressure, but the deficiency in your kid's diet is often really strongly correlated with how well you are taking care of yourself too. I know this is a cliche, obviously, but it is really wonderful, in my opinion, to see how kids like also transform their parents, like vice versa. It's remarkable how the lengths of caring parents affect their diet and whatnot around their kids, which is why I was relating, going back to your comment. With the kids, it does change weekly, and that is probably the challenge that you'll have. And in a way, you can make it exciting and kind of interesting to yourself, you know. The more interested you are in flexing and keeping track of your diet, I would not underestimate how well that influences your kids. At least in my opinion, there is an awfully strong correlation, you know. And then you have kids who are like struggling with picking up any form of diet, adjust any form of consumption pattern that they have, and they would also cite corollary behavior in their parents, like, oh, I don't know, like I grew up, my parents just like order out pizza all the time. It's like, all right, that's understandable. So making the attempt and then, you know, running around and doing all that, that is kind of why I have the diet I have now. Like, my parents were cooks and they barely are around, but what they provided for me and my sister created the absolute foundation. So whenever it comes to diet, you're like asking, oh man, you're consuming a lot of sugar. It's like, well, I can just stop consuming sugar. There are plenty of alternatives to substituting for my sugar intake or something like that. And I would owe it to my parents too. Like, this might be a slightly anecdotal bias. Take care of yourself, right? And your kids, honestly, they will probably take after you. Especially if you're eating and smiling while you're eating, not eating while feeling guilty and being lethargic and kind of clocking out, right? Because we know that if you don't have a balanced diet, typically the parents are probably having problems. The diet tends to reflect upon the adult's lifestyle. If you're constantly throwing back pizza and high carb things, it might be because there's some eating relief from it. Healthy people tend to also eat healthy diets. And when I mean healthy diets, I mean like you can eat pizza. Pizza is fine. We're talking about someone who comes home and they have no time, right? These things happen. You have absolutely no time. The most cost-effective way and quickest way is to go and order some pizza, because there's no incentive to be cooking or be excited with cooking. Heck, it's crazy how wonderful kids of chefs are if they have time, right? They're not like constantly in their workplace. When kids cook with their parents and whatnot, that's usually your stereotypical success story. Whenever someone becomes a young adult, like they're in their 20s, and like they would interview and like, so how did you acquire your interest in cooking or interested in food and exploration? And their parents would come up like nearly consistently, or some sort of like a guardian figure, right? And that's something that is in your wheelhouse, Crocodile. You actually work as a chef. So I'm a little biased, obviously. My parents prepped food for my first 18 years of life. And they still do. But my early years are most definitely ascribed to my parents. Like, hey, you can't have this. All right, well, I'll just eat a different thing. It's like, oh, you can't eat more potato chips. All right, then just hand me those rice crackers. Like, well, you can't eat those rice crackers. Oh, all right, hand me those sweet potato fries or something. Like, there's that to me is a great thing that you can most definitely. I always talk like hypothetically if I had a little one, but that's what I feel is an essential boon for what a parent can impart on their child. The ability, that flexibility. So then you can always rest assured, like, oh man, if my child hits their teenage years and they're so stressed out, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go and like find the most inappropriate thing, and then when they're kind of really unhealthy and lethargic, they just continue to double down because they have no options? That's kind of the stuff that you see nowadays, like every so often. Not too pervasive, at least in my experience. The ones that I would see are kids throwing back like 800 mils of caffeine on like a 4-hour period. And my first guess is your parents probably drink coffee like 3 or 4 times a day, not in moderation and pleasure, but for average functionality, right? And usually if it's not coffee, it's tea or something like that. And that excess drinking is not the same as adults who are able to manage their lifestyle and then drink for pleasure, like 1 cup of coffee in the morning for functionality and maybe an afternoon tea to settle down or something like that. It's just be throwing back like 800 mils of caffeine in like, I don't know if they even get 100 mils of water while throwing back diuretics over and over again. Crazy. Water has become a champion though, like lately with social media and all that stuff. Not that I think there's an overcompensation in some of the younger ones. We talked about different beverages, so the reverse happens too, where now some of the kids are like, yeah, you know, I don't care about drinking, or like what I mean is I don't care about it being excited to drink something. It's always water. Water is the best thing. And I'm like, I agree with you. That is a really great. Have you ever considered that it could be interesting every once in a while to drink something other than water? Like, nope, not really. And then, you know, comes the time when water ends up being attached to a complaint. Something like, yeah, man, I went to this place and they didn't have the specific type of water available, and okay, so you just didn't drink anything? It's like, no, they offered all these other different types of beverages, but I couldn't be bothered. That also happens when you have someone who's like really optimized, but their complaint is spawned from their lack of choice, which that is becoming slowly trending as the new beverage obstacle. The idea that someone's palate is so heavily optimized for like health and stuff, when you go out and stuff, they don't see any pleasure in any of those things anymore. Like, it is so hard for me to explain how seasoning works to this little potato that I know, because it is so extreme. It's like, all right, that's fine. But they also don't find eating very exciting, you know? But there's to me, it's a balancing choice. Obviously, if you're interacting with me, I want someone to experience something that is heavily unique to human experience. Water is fantastic. Water is king. But excitement, motivation, enthusiasm, pleasure, those are also very awesome emotions. Maybe even emotions that can enhance your performance. That, by the way, that's the argument for water is king. There are very hardworking kiddos out there that I've met where they wouldn't compromise on performance. So, hashtag, right? Hashtag the people who only eats potatoes, broccolis, and egg for the rest of their lives. That is solid. If you're with me, maybe we can try something else other than broccoli. Maybe like kale. No, I'm just kidding. Kale is like in a different, maybe some seaweed or something to make eating a little bit more exciting. Instead of automatic. Like eating for automatic sake is great if you have a healthy diet, so you can do other things. It does also make you absent-minded. It's kind of like studying, right? I'm not one for making studying and practicing absent-minded. There's a reason I come on stream each day, and it's not to do the same thing. I come up with a story, something to share, and whoever asks a question, which you asked a lot, like a really nice detailed question, I have a lot to say about it. That's what gives the spark for doing, at least gives me the spark for doing what I enjoy doing. Alright, so this is gonna be tough. I'm gonna say heck. Say heck. Alright, let's see if I can recall these ones. Hair giant. I don't understand the hair part. Is it like, oh no. Oh no. Oh. I really thought that was Chan.
Y'all.
It's kind of bewitching or enchanting. It's fine. Enchanting and bewitching are adjacent. What? Oh, that's probably PN. What? Oh no. Where's this hair coming from? I might change hair. I think hair is so Okay. No dice. Oh. What? Wait. Hold up.
Show.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. A metal trellis. I really thought that was full. Oh, it could be.
户
Yeah. Okay. Heck. Alter and hill. I don't think it's. Oh, it is cool. Maybe like outer wall. Okay. And help.
会
Oh, this is so unrelated. Yeah, this is so unrelated. Oh, I almost had it. Dang it. Hang on. Oh, it's a comet. Oh, wait, Hui is way off the mark. Oh my goodness. Alright, so what is this about? Air. Cliff. The cliff is throwing me off. It could be, Dang it! Alright.
送 静
What? Oh, that's me.
Tan
What? Oh, is it charcoal? It's probably charcoal.
虾音
What? Hold up. Oh. Wait. It's not in, but it's yin.
云
Ying. Oh, is it like... It's kinda like it. Like, utter. Oh no, utter. Yikes. I think I used in... Yeah, that's just a pass. We're gonna pass on that. What? Hold up. What?
是偏
What? What is this nonsense? Yeah?
牙
Not that type of bank. Geographical bank.
Yao.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with utter. We'll give that a pass for now.
Yen.
What? Wait. That's not Blaze? Yin. Okay. Fine. Blaze is... Flame, sure. Oh, this is way back. I can't use seat. I have no idea at the moment. I don't know what this is. Still. Live. Tiffany. It could be oh. Guess not.
令
Okay. No. No. I don't know. Dang it.
Jing 菊
Eck. I don't. We went for it. Say what? I'm just gonna throw it out there. Dang it. I thought that might have been okay.
背
Kind of like exhaust or tired. Okay. Hoang. Oh really? That sucks. Dang it. Oh, is it Hoang?
晃
It's not Sun. Oh, it is Sun. Carbon? Okay. This stuff is fun. It's practically a puzzle game at this point. It's definitely not like...
滑
It is! It's crafty. Huh. What? I'm gonna go with... Darn it. Let's go with like T or something. Alright. No dice. I think we're out of luck on that one. No rescue. Okay.
习
Big. Well, let's write the other one. The other one was what? Yun. And Ying. And Ying was what? Butter. I think this one's gonna end up in the poop chute too. I can't. Unless I converted that to barrel. Let's try barrel for a moment. Barrel and field. Okay. Man, I really thought this was a chow. I could have changed the bottom to... What's a mist? Oh, could it be...
尿
Wow. Alright. Let's see if I can pick this one up. That field, though. No dice. I don't think there's a chance. I think this is... What? Oh, wrong place. Wrong place. Looking giant. That like... I think it's close. Pretty sure.
脑 庄
I have no idea which strung this is. Hold up, let's think about this. Village. uh...
捐 逆 问
Oh, this one's tough. Oh, it's like disorder or something. Okay. That's no, it's not Jie. What is it now? Like, could it be still? No. Something else.
魂
Yo, what?
我
It's something like vigor, but not quite. Like vigorous. Something. Oh, okay. It is. It's okay. It's fine. Heck! I don't know what that is. All right. Tiger. Tiger and legs. We want to get to at least 100. I think 100 is pretty solid. Void? It's not void, but it could be she though. Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong thing there. Oh, this is T.
气 远 无
Oh goodness me. We're gonna use like weed overgrowth. Okay, good. We're still rocking. Still rocking. Only one so far. I think this one is no dice. I still feel like it has to be like a Liu or something. Oh man, where's that hair coming from? Hair is so nondescript. Alright. I at least know that hair is really disgusting. Like, what I mean is, it's weak. An erudite. Oh my goodness. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not even close. An erudite is not even close. I was nowhere even in the vicinity. That's kind of funny because we had a conversation about erudite. Oh, man.
Yen.
Yoshi doesn't have any hair. That's a problem. I think this is just your wolf thing, right? It's Bay. Yeah, okay. That was a process of elimination.
蝶
With stone? This isn't a saucer. Oh, it is a saucer. Alright. Okay. I wanted to say she right away, but that doesn't seem right. Oh, it could be like Qian. I don't know. That one. Oh no, that's not good.
你
It's not a nun. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Tiger is so prominent. Missing out on a tiger is rough. Something makes me want to type Hui, but I have no idea why it's Hui or Hu.
虎
Yeah, I have no idea why it's Hu. Oh, hold up. Oh no, it's oh, not boast, but bluff. It's bluff. Okay. What about this? Beans and Page. Why do you seem so there? Probably. Oh, yeah. Head. It's fine. I don't know. But this one's a lost cause. Barrel and field. It's definitely a basement thing. Oh no! It's lopsided. Yeah. Alright, we'll see what we can do. I think the field is taking me out. Or maybe it's the barrel. Okay. I got away. I think this one's okay.
背
I got something for that, I think. What the?
沉
Alright.
T
It's probably girl. Okay. Okay.
争
It is too. Oh no, not close. Open. wrong. Open. I typed close. I don't know why I did. Fine.
指
Well, it's certainly not a flavor. Okay. I feel like this is a I'm ebbing between two things. What? Okay, how this work? I remembered it. Bluff. Yeah, it's bluff. Okay. Warehouse. Is that a store? Yeah, it's a storeroom. I mean, it could end up being... I don't know. Oh, dude. Ow. Okay. So it's not happening on that front. So this isn't what? Oh, is this like...
蛇
Okay. I don't see how these two things are related. No idea. That's not clamor? Huh. Man. Okay. No chance. I don't think we're gonna have a chance on that. Business, axe. Let's say xian. Okay. Uncover. Okay. It's not the greatest. I think we're gonna pass on that though.
鸡
B, no chance. Oh.
破 头 壮
No, it's not form. Like robust. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say solid. Robust is good. What in the world is that? Something makes me want to type tall. Okay. I see the xian in it. So...
先 害 井 崩
Not like this.
窝
Not whirlpool, but nest. Okay. How are they related? They're both wool. That's the only thing that they're related. What? I have no idea what's going on there.
八 子
Eh? Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm looking at there. Oh no. What happened here?
凤
Something about like making him regret. Yeah, mock. Okay. I was gonna say slander, but that's okay. That's good too.
婚
Ooh, we're getting to stuff that
We-
we practiced. Like super practiced. So these ones are free. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait, that's not Jing? Oh no, I think I recalled this incorrectly. Then it's probably Jing. Okay. Cinders, okay. I recalled the wrong tone for some time now. Okay.
破 静
Oh no. Oh no, wait, this is Cinder. Yeah. Oof. Calm down. Kalmate. Kalmate. Okay. What are sheep in spring? Oh, is it young?
young
Nice. Like ripple. Okay, fine. I was gonna say wave, but not good enough. Well, good. All right. This isn't Mun, is it? No. Is it? No. Yes. No. My? No. Ma? No. No. Mo? Nah. No. Lan? No. Man?
满
Okay. It's like to conceal, yeah. What you call it, Mario is concealing a carriage for Princess Peach.
派 后 囧
Oh, so this isn't Cinder. It's bright. Okay. I got a few wires crossed. Okay. I understand now. We'll understand.
4
That's not how you spell air. So I feel like this is a choke, right? It's gotta be a choke. Oh no, wait. Jiang, yeah, Jiang for choke. Okay. It was either Young or Jiang. Young is also choke, but not the same character, I think.
5
Alright, we're getting to some of the...
枪
We're getting to some of it.
吃棒
Not quite. Oh, it is slander. Okay. I'm like, it's not quite slander, is it?
碗
Alright, we're getting some of these things off the list, so that's... Nope.
店
Making broom.
缩
Or instigate, that's fine.
饼
Okay. Okay. I see. And then, okay. Okay. What are you?
长
I'm gonna YOLO this. Okay. What? Wait a minute. I gotta look at that again in a bit.
Hoang
Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. Does it? Like, Moon Goddess? Okay, yeah, okay. Listen to Chapel. Oh, I kept the glitter bomb as opposed to using frequent. Or often. Okay.
表婚角木滑鸡
That help. What? Oh, goddess, not princess.
表父
Oh no, the ear hook. I'm gonna say, ah. The heck?
居 房
So this isn't Lu or Lu. Task and rain. No, this is Woo. Okay, yeah, it's the fog. Did I use task? Oh no, I didn't use task. Interesting. No task whatsoever. Really? Okay. I think that's okay. What? Somehow I immediately thought like I had a conflict between Quay, or Xiu.
朽
Wow. Okay.
物
Wow, indeed.
骚
What in the world?
漏
Oh. Okay. Ah. Wait. What in the world? I'm pretty sure I am supposed to use cowboy there, but I don't want to.
烟
That's fine. Sorry, ingrained.
均
Kind of like pounds. Okay. I don't know about Chinese pounds, so we'll just go with it. That is 100. Where are we at? Are we at? Yeah, we're at the 1 hour. 1 hour. I think this is good. We picked up 3, which is good. Oh no, you know what? Let's use some of these to clear out some of the queue in the display. I still have to go over all the characters. So how do we do this one? Heck. The bamboo. It's not.
转
It is. Dang. I think this might be Zhe.
折
And how the heck does Zhe work? Oh. That sucks. It just always sucks.
伏
Something makes me want to type captive, but it's not. Armory and what? Oh no. I don't know what that is.
退
And like a wrapping cloth of some sort, okay. And then this is like double luck. Oh,
折 产
threshold? Oh, expound, probably. What in the world is that? Oh,
道
okay. YOLO?
鱼
Oh no. Soul? Maybe like... I have no idea. Hmm.
蹦
Or leap? No, hop. Hop. YOLO?
习
What? Dang it.
踏
Oh man.
连
Darn. I thought it'd come to me. Let's see. Maybe like. I think with bamboo. I think might actually be curtain. The other one.
悬 炕
Hot brick heated a bed of some sort. Okay. Okay. Heck. All right, hold up. Trample or step. I remember collapse. I related this to collapse. And we related it to couch. Yeah, Sloven. Yeah, they were on the couch. Slovenly. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know how I feel about that one. What? Oh, I misread that one. What, the canopy? What is this thing? I'm gonna take a jab. Dang. All right. Let's see. Oh, could it be? No, not that. Or does it remind me of tongue? Or it could be like, oh, like reminds me of
康
it is Kung Bang Mine, or like helping, generous. Okay, it's fine.
外
This is kind of addicting. It's puzzle pieces. These are just puzzles now. All of it is just puzzles. You know? Do I get something like this? Rain and uh
如
So this is not yen. Oh, this is not yen. No.
停
Suit.
Twin.
Yo, what? My gut is telling me something, but it's clearly not that. No. Maybe it's yeah, it's like
煮
okay. Alright. Oh my goodness. Is this what I think it is? It's probably what I think it is. No? Oh no, I think I have two things mixed up now. Oh. Goodness gracious.
卤
It's not seasoning. It's gravy, yeah. It's okay. This one's okay. It's like mid. So this isn't lewd. Why does it remind me of lewd? What is this then? Oh.
西
It's a different problematic one.
为
YOLO. Okay. Idea. Sloven is just Sloven. We're not gonna. It's fine. What is that? Why do I have? Oh.
海瓜
Got some stuff off the list. Yeah. So yeah. Leave. Dang.
肺汗
You what?
呼 细 触 意 老
Oh no. It's like. Okay.
冷
What? It's probably a Jing. It's fine. We worked on that. That's the pie.
静
Okay. Something's up with that one. I don't know what went wrong there. I know. What? What? Huh. What? Wait a minute. What's wrong with that one? Oh, it's gold.
凉
Okay.
射
What? Oh, I think I have the wrong character. Oh, no, I don't. That's Tsu. In the world? Let me YOLO this. Okay. Doesn't work.
词 会
somehow I want to do k.
科
Okay.
四着
Oh, this one kind of sucks. Like, yeah, the peck and the beak. Peck and beak are together, even though they're like really far apart in terms of character. What is this power? What is that?
会
At a cupboard. Dang.
狗
That one sucks. I think this is pretty good. Pretty good place. I gotta take a quick bathroom break before we go through our stuff. 140 is pretty solid for today. Did we clear up? Oh, we clear up our queue, man. We can see the... So, not bad. Alright. I'll be right back. I need a quick bathroom break. All right, let's do our reviews and those three. Okay. Pretty quick. Oh. Well, not really quick. This is gonna take me 20 minutes. Let's see how we get about this. Man, pursue. Create. That like J. I think this is not an owl, but Oh, Chui. Oh man, it's Mallet. Dang, that sucks. I have the wrong character for the pursue. I see it. I see it now. Okay. Wait. Stride. Sure. Just, chew. No, bite. Mung. Deceive. Oh no, that's Mung. See. Cool. Stamp your feet. Stamp feet. Sure. Right. No. It's t or thatch. That one's okay. Bien. This one's not okay. None. So something about luring them in pimple. Pimple's not okay. Chen, sincere or honest, something like that. Mung. Berry? That's not berry. Lemon? Heckin' lemon! Alright, it's fine. Okay, Chung for sincere. Okay. Yeah. What type of plant are you? Mustard. This is J or Al. Ooh. Puff. What the? Rake and rain. Home and rain. Soul. Oh, need. Using need. Cowardly. Someone is also cowardly. Oh. Probably no. Cool. That. Nope, not Lao. Yao. Sage King. Overcome. B. Something about the season. Soul. Helping out. It goes wrong. Goes wrong. Palpitate. Hey, I think that's okay. Bit on the weaker side. Yeah, tall. I trample. Chili. Alright. Yeah. Part of the day. Xiang. Aid. A moth. Cool. Garden. Scar. Cui. Gather together. Yeah. Hurricane. Yeah, glance. The Spain. And Basil. And Prefecture. The Unrestrained. Lee. Shiver. Not Jen. Not Chen either. Shun. Right, Shun and then Shun. Cool, absent-minded. Right, it's supposed to be something. Oh. Cool. Sway. Sway, Iracorn. Or Iragrain. So, revive. I Owl Roar Earl Ling Actor Ooh Spider Yin Slug Ling. Oh, there, Anuda. Ling. Listen. Fool. Caress. Yin. Swallow. Oh. Oh yeah. Clay. Sunflower. Swall. Trivial. Duh. Old. Ma. Bamboo horse. Sincere again. Oh no. Oh, that's the second time I did Ma. Ooh. Bamboo. Or sincere. Neil. Button. Tea. Cream. Chew. Click of the tongue. Hoang. Polonia. Ooh. Huge. Yep, okay. When female. Un. Boldly. Who. Butterfly. Lee. Suffer. T. Silicon. Brown. Wall. Steep bank. Mung. Drizzle. Astringent. Typhoon. Harvest. Ling. Exquisite. Yang. Yang 是什么？Oh, it's just Jiang. That's just Jiang. Jiang is Jiang. Yin here. Ma, ant. Jia, furniture. Cheng, rise. Ma, scepter. Shape. The horse is part of the scepter. Right. Agate, okay. Still gonna be fairly weak because of the word agate. When? Is it Lun? No, Lun. Sink. Chu. Chick. Splash. Zheng. Discern. Ge. Buzu. Ni. You. Li. Chinese mild. Partnership. Tie. Borrow. Be. Obviously. Seemingly. Da. Oyster. Zheng, solicit. Tian, starch. It. Tuo, interest. Ya, pod. Announce. Duplicate. Ting. No, not Ting. Ying. Incite. Recite. G. No. Chi. Maggot. Ooh. Butterfly. Wait. Did I have 2 butterflies? This is butterfly. Where's the other who? Or did I say something else? I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that one. Ying. 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 Cherry. Joe. Joe. Helmet. Way. Burton. Tiao. Sky. Weng. Buzz. Yo. Pomelo. Gang. Olive. Tiao. Haggard. Yeah. Choke on. Yo. Insight. Nope, that's not on. Yin, preserve. Guan, wash. Liang, millet. I. Yi, surprise. Ming, first lips. Bung, spurt. Ooh, salary. Zhi, Chinese foot. Gun, thick soup. Hui, dark. Ji, chirp. Yao, precipice. E, protect. Ooh, foreign. G, draw. J, ick. G, chuckle. May, berry. Yang, warehouse or storehouse. Yi, yi. E, shaggy or shabby. Fool. Fool. Rarely. Law. Cheese. Fool. Mutter. stem 消 free 去 chew abundant 指 toe. Alright, so 1 off and 1.5 off. That's fine. Tray with a mallet, right? And we got 3 characters and we can we're fine here. Ying is pretty weak. And Yin. So Ying for utter, Yin for erudite. Largely the guard and the hair. That's like 2/3 of the character. Yin. And Ji. Kind of the barrel. More so. Okay, let's see if we can connect. Ying can be connected with a cloud of some utter. Oh wait, they already have a cloud. So what do we have? He's looking after some friends that were attacked by the shadows. A special cloud card is not great. Others. There's uniforms, sunlight, and then cloud itself. Special cloud card. Maybe it was attacked. Maybe some of our friends were attacked by the shadows on an overcast day from the clouds above. Something like that. When it was raining. Because cloud itself also, Ying has rain in it. That's fine. Yin, I don't know what to do about erudite. Countenance is not great. What other choices do we have? All these Yins are pretty okay. Maybe not Detest. Detest is probably a banquet. We put some time into it. Maybe the giant is the erudite. Where he has been practicing become erudite and cleaning the... Oh, the giant hairballs. Ooh. I see where this is. Okay. Practicing to become an erudite. Maybe. Cleaning and looking after the patrons in the shop. He is learning from a giant who has learning, trying to help giant. Oh, there's no cliff either. Cliff from the neighboring cliffside with his hair. Yoshi being a dino doesn't have hair, so he is working the giant's hair to figure out how to groom and clean hair or something like that. Good enough. Like with second and shampoo and grooming hair tools. That's lopsided. Could throw in barrel somehow. Although T barrel doesn't stand alone on it by itself. How many barrels do we have? We do have G for male. There's also T for strange. And use strange. Strange might be good. We can lump it. So where he's constructing, okay, from the house. Where he is up to, he is once again making a strange subtraction out of a barrel. Just hoping to use the barrel to fix his lopsided rice field by terraforming it. Unfortunately, it ended up making the rice field the strange barrel device ended up making rice field even more lopsided. Okay. Not bad. Those ones kinda worked pretty quickly. Alright, so I think we hit up like 20 of them. Our backlog. So tomorrow we still have to do some character studies because this is not enough space. I have so many characters now. Okay. Okie dokie. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things, keep each other motivated, right? I have one more thing to do in the evening. But for now, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. See you guys later. I'm gonna take a quick break, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for a P5X recording session. Be right back. Thank you. Thank you.
SEGA。
P スタジオブラックウィング。
Alright, folks, welcome back everyone. Today is actually the 3.6 patch update for Persona 5 The Phantom X. We are not recording that at the moment. Today is also the third week of Season 3 of the Astrolab. I think it's Season 4 of the Astrolab. So we're gonna do a recording of our 13. Do they keep track of what season it is? Not really. Oh, yeah, it's Season 4. So, our Season 4, and today is the beginning of the third week. The third week is when we go for the season goal, which is to do our 13 willpower, 3 stock use, min, run. And usually I record these at the end on the 4th week. However, this is a good time because the current patch 3.6, which I'll cover in 3 more days, the last episode, like the arc, the Crossroad of Faith Laboratory Part 2, is time gated. So it's time gated until 3 days from now. So we'll be covering all of that 3.6 afterwards. Today I'll do the recording since I have time to do the badge that we have been doing for all of the previous Astrolabs and Astrolabs in the future. The format is pretty simple. I try to find, after the third week is unlocked, we try to complete all of them in one run, like record with retries and all that, do it live, show that it is completable with using 13 willpower on a free-to-play basis, right? Again, this game, the way I'm approaching this game is that I really enjoy live service games, not in the nature of the idea of catering to your FOMO or the dopamine. I like live service games because, much like most things in life, they mature over time. And I enjoy maybe the hidden cost. And you might hear me out. The hidden cost is time, not money. So I enjoy using my time to functionally look at limitations of cost, monetary cost. So this is, in fact, completely free to play. The current status that I have and the collection of how I evaluate things when it comes to live service. I do play other live service games that I have been actively covering, like Neverwinter I've been covering for over 10 years. And, well, not like recorded on YouTube, but I've been playing Neverwinter for over 10 years. And then PSO2 NGS specifically, I think it's now 4 years. And Persona P5X is about to turn 1 year old for the global server, which is when we first started playing. And that's in June sometime. So I enjoy the prospect of having to make decisions and then seeing how feasible it is. If it's not feasible, I'll say it's not feasible, or like the value proposition. But this game has been easily turned into one of my currently most underrated games, hands down, because it is incredibly divisive, largely due to the nature that it contrasts with all of the existing titles, the standalone titles put out by ATLUS. This is put out by Perfect World in collaboration with ATLUS, and it is in-house studio, you know, Blackwing Studio, right? And to give an idea of, you know, like the completion stuff, right? Doesn't restrict you. Like one of the joys I like about P5X is regardless of whether you are gachaing or like investing stuff, the core principle of the content are not restricted to the peeps. And these are the new things. Like, so here are all our Astrolab stuff, right? Just to show you that it is in fact possible if you play it on a regular basis. I play it on a regular basis. It's less than 15 minutes a day for me. And there is an in-game timer that I know that I spend less than 15 minutes each day, except for the content updates. So the content updates is every 2 weeks. And here we are, right? I don't cover Gates of Nightmare Gates. That's competitive. And then we basically do the top bracket and the bottom of the top bracket, and then as well as Sea of Souls. But for Astrolab, it's all about getting that 13 run. So this is the 4th time we're doing this, right? And here are all the other older badges, right? Season 1, Season 2. I don't know where Season 3 is. Where did they put Season 3? Was it up here? The organization of this badge collection is weird. Or is this Season 3? I'm pretty sure I saw Season 4. Oh, it's these other... It's probably these... Oh, the first season didn't have a number. The first thing... One of them don't have a number. I see. Interesting. Alright, anyways. Now we're going to that. And in 3 days, we'll see the conclusion of the Persona 5 collaboration. And then it's off to the Persona 3 collaboration, which I can talk about a lot more because I haven't done my Persona Legacy project yet, which will go through like all the Persona games sometime this year, much like I did for the Like a Dragon games. Okay, so let's go in here and then we're gonna reset. You can see that throughout the weeks I have already completed the task. So now let's reset and record our one stock run of the entire Astrolab. This is easily one of my favorite modes in the game right now, and this is the most recent one. I still love Metro of Desire, but they haven't updated Metro of Desire yet. It's getting close to Metro of Desire because they still have like placeholders. There's still placeholders in Metro of Desire, which is their other form, PvE form that I really enjoy. This is the latest one. And with the P3 collaboration update, Tartarus is going to be the new thing. But this is wonderful, and this, in my opinion, kind of represents what makes P5X a bit unique, because this would not necessarily be possible with, not as dynamic with a smaller cast. And because of the gacha nature of P5X, it's fun to horizontally invest in banners and then use them. So let's go over this. We'll reset. Right, so we get all our willpowers back, 13, right? And then these are all our nodes. So we'll start, and I've gotten quite a bit better at pacing myself. Before, it was all about like, oh, we should keep saving resources. But now I've gotten a pretty good, kind of like a gauge of how far we can extend our cast that we currently have. So first node, we have the second half elements, right? Psychokinesis, Nuclear Bless, and Curse. And then it's always other than Wanda now, with the exception of when Wanda is mentioned. Alright, so we need a curse source. So basically, we're just gonna do a curse source. So we'll just throw her in. I like using random stuff that I wouldn't use otherwise to mess around with in the beginning, because I still have incomplete characters, right? Characters that really haven't had to need any use cases. So let's just throw in one more. This should be good enough. We can like throw in. So, you know, not complete characters, and just throw them in to use them basically. And throw in like where are you? Where is ATLUS at? ATLUS? Okay. Do this. That's good enough. Alright. Because these characters will not be used later down the road. Right. Standard loadouts. Incomplete loadouts, basically. In the beginning. You take advantage of the plus 60% damage for curse, psychosis, and psychokinesis and whatnot. Pretty self-explanatory here. I won't be going over the loadouts too much outside of like the major Stellas. So the purple one and the purple and red Stellas. All the white Stellas, standard loadouts. If you hit recommend, just like hit recommend, load them out, it'd probably work good enough. At least I think. Sometimes I like to push it. Wanda doesn't get bonuses because they hate Wanda. Also, being conservative is another excuse to listen to the music, obviously. Oh no, I actually think I might not have enough damage here. Maybe I do. Yeah, we have enough. Can I insta-kill that? No, not possible. Yeah, that's good enough. We're basically using characters that aren't really... I don't have them set to do any form of damage. I don't even think that skill is leveled up, actually, now that I think about it. Alright. That's the first one, right? But it's slightly close. It's for the pseudo anticipation. Alright, so that's one. We're gonna go up the left side first. So now we swap. Now we have the 4 primary ones. I call them primary elements and secondary elements. Now we have fire, ice, electric, and wind. And then we have 4 enemies, so pretty standard loadout. I think to make it quick, we'll use Panther, which is our fire source. And then we'll just throw in something else. Like we don't get to use Kurotani too often. And then like you have to fill a roster of 4 no matter what. So that's one of the restrictions, right? And then we'll equip our Purgatory, and that should be good enough. Showcasing all like as many banners as I have, I suppose. Okay. Honestly, just cohesion her the whole time and it should be good enough. Is there even a burn target? Oh no, there isn't. That's awkward. Okay. Alright, stop bullying him, please. Alright. Yeah, we'll just cohesion, then should be good enough. So Panther, fire elements, take advantage. Ooh, that actually didn't hit as hard as I imagine. That's not good. I think I'm too squishy. Oh no. No, I think we might be fine. Oh yeah, we're fine. I was a little worried for a moment. Being a little too lax. She has nothing on her. Like, I mean, she has like nothing equipped at all. Placeholder. Still alive. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, so 2. Right. These are low risk. All the white ones are low risk. Alright, so now we move on to our next track. This one, when an ally activates an all-out attack, and there's only 2 targets, right? All-out attack. So let's bring in Shun or Soi to knock them down, and then I don't think they have any weaknesses, so it's just Shun the whole time. So let's do something to clean them up, right? We need someone to clean up. Let's use Floret and throw in a fill like this, and we can add wind just in case. Don't really need anything else. Okay, and We can also use Yoshitsune. Where are you? What happened? Okay. Knock them down. Allow attack. Okay. Allow attacks when you knock them down. So, Soy with his Gatling usually can get them down to like, yeah. Ideally, he should have knocked them down, but that's okay. This should knock at least one of them down. And hopefully, we get... There it is, the insight. And this should knock this person down, and then we get our all-out attack. Not really necessary. You can brute force without using the modifiers. Shock is to let Yoshitsune to crit, but usually you can only crit once, so. Can we get an intel? Nope. No intel. Now we have our machine gun up again. Apply intel. Gotta get it down here. No dice. Low crit. I could get him down here. Double crit, maybe? Nope. Unlucky. It's fine. Alright. Now we reach our first colored Stella. And this season was very smooth sailing. So when allies use melee or range attack, final damage is increased by 100%. The not too much to have to play around. You either have Ring, which is a melee one, or you use Noir, which is the range attack. So I have Noir, so we're using Noir for this. Swap it around a little. Right. Okay. Oh, actually, we don't have to swap it around. We can use Starry Compass. It'll be Summer Moko, Noir, and our choice, whatever our choice is. You don't really need that much. You kind of blast them pretty hard. So we'll use Cherish and
私がみんなを導くから。
Throw in Philby? Not really necessary. Yeah, we'll do this. Not really there to optimize. The idea is just to do some spice of life stuff, you know. This should be sufficient.
リードは私に任せて。
アマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
夏日に負けない。海風に乗せて感謝でみんなに届け。
Standard loadouts, not really necessary to do heavy everything. At least I think. We'll see. I don't have no one has prosperity on. So we'll have to pace our highlight a different way, I think.
そろそろお姉さんの出番かな。最高のショー見せてあげる。さあ出番よ。裏に
アマルテや凍りつけ。
Actually, there are no shield modifiers in this Astrolab, I think. We're just gonna use it right away. No prosperity, so we won't have a second shot at this. I think I might have needed a prosperity, at least. We'll see. I don't think so. Switching around revelation cards is one of the fun things about Astrolab because you don't exhaust the revelation cards. You can switch them around at will. This will determine if I have enough damage. It had to be below, like, quite significantly below 50%. Okay. Didn't crit on 2 of them though. That's a little questionable. Yeah, that's questionable. Oh, I brought... Okay. Alright.
ここは私に任せて。最高のショー見せてあげる。さあ出番よ。裏に惑わせミラディ。全力で行こう。最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
Questionable. Questionable.
主に代わって行きますよ。必ず守るからね。アマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
プラシムだ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。期待してるよ。やっちゃおう。
ペルソナ。
Okay.
ドミニオン。
I think it'll come up. Yeah, I think it'll come. Oh no, it won't come up. So we have to use this. Let's use this instead. Her highlight's not gonna come up because of prosperity. We're 1 turn off. So this is how we're gonna do it.
一緒に踊りましょう。
ペルソナ。ディオニュソス。ドミニオン。シバ。これでどうだ。
最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。惑わせミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。召されるのですね。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
Should be enough.
主に代わって行きますよ。アマルテや凍りつけ。バカ。 ニソスドミニオンこれでどうだ
Alright.
全部見えてます。
Oh no! I missed it. Alright. That
期待
sucks.
してるよ。やっちゃおう。
Yeah, I needed prosperity. Not critting on the first one. Alright. We'll place
一緒に夏
prosperity on her.
私に合うの選んでほしいな。一緒に夏
We're off by like 2%. It happens.
リードは私に任せて。
But you can see this is like incredibly suboptimal, and
プラシムだ。
we get away with how strong the bonus
海
is
風に乗
for
せ
the
て
range
感謝
attack.
みんなに届け。
Obviously, people who have a lot of tickets or reinvesting, Rin would blow these up a lot
全力で行こう。
quicker.
最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。
The recent firecracker Rin.
感謝みんなに届け。
I don't have Rin.
なんだ私もいけるよ。最高のショー見せてあげる。さあ出番よ。裏に
来てアマル凍りつけ。
期待してるよ。やっちゃ
It's important because she gets 2 highlights
おう。暑さを沈めよ
to line up the 3 bullet attack twice when prosperity is available.
ドミニオンシバディオニソス
Interesting.
受けてみろ。
う。打ち抜けミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。海風に乗せて最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。
行きますよ。必ず守るからね。
ここは私に任せて。最高のショー見せてあげる。裏には一緒に踊りましょう。
準備はいい？アマル誰も傷つけさせない。
暑さを沈めよう。プラシムだ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。
ペルソラードミニオンいただいていく。
そろそろ決めちゃう？
This should do it. It should like blast them for like 80%.
全部見えてます。
Oh no, it missed the.
みんなに届け。
It's good enough. It missed one. The minion didn't get crit. So the one guy in the middle. That should be sufficient. Yeah, crit damage.
アマルテア凍りつけ。
最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。暑さを沈めよう。プラシムだ。ザッパー。最高の一撃決まっちゃったね。
ペルソラーシバディオニソスいただいていく。
なんだ私もいけるよ。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。
行きますよ。必ず守るからね。
ここは私に任せて。最高のショー見せてあげる。さあ出番よ。裏に
来てアマルテア誰も傷つけさせない。
期待してるよ。やっちゃおう。
No, this should be fine.
プラシムだ。
I don't remember if I had one more highlight
海
or
風
not.
に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。夏日に負けない。プラス海風に乗せて感謝です。
With this setup.
ペルソラドミニオンシバ受けてみろ。
ここは私に任せて。最高のショー見せてあげる。裏には 一緒に踊りましょう。打ち抜け。ミラディ、みんな頑張ろう。すっごいね今の。海風に乗せて歌詞みんなに届け。
That boon sound though.
準備はいい？凍りつけ。
暑さを鎮めよう。フラッシュムだ。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
ペルソナー、ディオニュソス、ドミニオン、いただいていく。
どんなショーになるのかな。楽しみ。海風に乗せて歌詞みんなに届け。全部見えてます。
Okay, pretty safe, right? Super safe. So that one is like a pushover, which is nice. Okay. And then now, or not really nice, I kind of like squeezing on by. So this one, intimidation is a little weird. So at the end of the boss turn, all allies are inflicted with intimidation, and this is you can remove it. So this is a debuff recovery thing. So Minami can recover, can debuff. Later, actually, now that I think about it, someone else can debuff. Like remove debuff. I don't remember who, but so you're basically using her to remove the debuff that is triggers every turn. I don't know if this is going to turn into a color Stella. Removing debuff is kind of weird. Like, if you read this again, right? At the end of a boss's turn, so they have to go, then there's intimidation, and then when you remove it, all foes get inflicted, and they would take 10% damage for each stack, and it's 60% up and lasts for 3 turns. So you basically need someone who can debuff. There's a character coming up, or an existing character outside of Minami that can remove debuffs, but we use Minami for debuff removal. And then we can add anyone. It's an interesting modifier. This is a new one, and we have 2 targets. So let's go and pick someone that can deal some damage. We'll use and no reason other than for fun. And oh, I think this is everybody, right? So we'll just use. I don't know. This is fine. These are fine. Okay. Go in. Just showing like different characters. Right? We have to wait for the first turn before she can debuff anything. So we're gonna use Revolution because both of them have. Can use that. Oh wait, I have a healer, it's fine. So now we have intimidation on us. So now we're just gonna debuff it. Or not debuff it, or restore it basically. And then they will get 2 stacks of intimidation each. I think we're just gonna do Revolution on both of them the whole time, just to keep up the crit damage. It's probably the way to go. Does this give? No.
信念を持って敵を貫く。レウコテア進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。
Get the percentage down so then she can follow up. Kotone or Mont can follow up.
ペルソナデュオ。
Underrated 4-star. These are underrated 4 stars, both of these.
治療の時間ね。タレイヤ。来て。ペルソナメルシー。主の言葉に耳を傾けなさい。いただいていく。
終わらせよう。レウコテ進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。もうすぐあなたの元に。
テルイデオ。ペルソナデュオ。凍りなさい。
え？
ハイライトいけるよ。
行きますよ。
ステータスダウン。マジやばくない？ノリノリでいっちゃおう。ぶち上げたいな。
I think we're gonna use, I believe her ult cures debuffs too.
みんなを助けたいの。
Just to
お願い。
full stack the guy.
治療
Oh,
の時間ね。
never mind.
タレイヤ。
It's already on the guy.
ペルソナ。これでどうだ。レウコテア進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。
テルプシコレ前ペルソナデュオ。メッサ効いてる。
行きますよ。
治療の時間ね。タレイヤ倒れさせない。
助かりました。
癒しの力よ。
A different
ペ
buff.
ルソナいただいていく。
ハイライトチャンス。ぶち上げろ。テルプシコレ私を導いて。
レウコテア進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。
イデオテルプシイデオペルソナデュオ凍りなさい。
Not the greatest damage one, you know. I'm not like buffing
治療
them.
の時間ね。タレイヤノリノリでいっちゃおう。女王様にひざまずいたいな。
Always cutting it a little bit close.
タレイヤペルソナデュオ。ステータスだ。マジやばくない？
ドミニオンいただいていく。
ステータス
終わらせよ
だ。
う。
マジやばくない？
進撃です。
メッサ効
ペル
いてる。
ソナデュオ。もうすぐ
イデオテルプ前ペルソ
Down
ナ
to
デ
the
ュオ。
last turn.
ほう
Alright. Alright, next one. Alright, so this time is each ally deals damage the more they like multi-hits. So this is a multi-hit single target. So we'll use Floret again. Actually, we might as well use Queen.
任せてちょうだい。
Let's do Queen.
足寄りの言うことも案外役に立つよ。
Yeah,
お呼びとあらば。
sure. You know the Persona series and here people love the crap out of P5. You played ATLUS other game? Oh, Etrian? Oh man, Etrian Odyssey Untold. I haven't decided if I was gonna play that yet, but that is a hardcore JRPG. You guys shouldn't be surprised there'll be a premium Persona game. This is the only premium Persona game, and it is 2 years old as of 1 week ago. The Chinese and the Korean server is the oldest, and then global launched less than a year ago. And it's coming out of Perfect World. But yes, this is the newest newest entry. Yeah. Obviously, Persona 4 Revival was announced, and then there's Persona 6's announcement is MIA at the moment. It has been, for P5, I think it's 10 years. It's been a while. It's the last, like, numerical entry. My first Persona game was on the PlayStation 2, Persona 3. This would be the modern Persona series. So I played the first modern Persona series, which is P3. And like the thing that started the chain of what you might have heard with the... Yeah, I think so. Let me double check. Original Persona 5. Almost 10 years. It will turn 10 in September. Yeah, it will turn 10 this year. Yep. Already. The thing that has been getting like Persona fans antsy is people always talk about P3 and 5 and you hear near nothing about 4. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting topic. Yeah. That is certainly true. There's also a fighting game. P4 Arena. There's also a tactical strategy game, Persona Tactica, Persona 5 Tactica, and there's also a Musou game, Persona 5 Strikers. There are multiple versions of P3. Persona 4 had a dance game, so P4 had a dance rhythm game spin-off, like a rhythm game, basically a rhythm game spin-off as well. A bunch of mobile things as well, and there are smaller other games here and there, so the main line does take a lot of the attention. There are quite a lot of Persona games. Let's see, so we're just doing multi-hit stuff. We'll just throw this in. This should be good enough. I don't know if you have anything equipped. You don't. Now they just need to make an MMO. I mean, I'm up for anything on the Persona. My deal with Persona is the dialogue, the stories. The story is right down my alley. And most of them deal with like coming of age stories, right? The buzz for me, like I'm not representing anyone else. I like Persona games because of the subject matter. I also like a Dragon games because of the subject matter. Like a Dragon is geared towards like 20 to 30-year-olds, and so is Persona in a way. All of their subject matters deal with like modern life depictions in a clever way, and I'll be playing them I'm gonna do a Persona Legacy. I'm basically more or less a shield for Sega at this point, because Sega now is the major shareholder or the major owner of ATLUS, so most of my stuff, like the 2 legacy projects that I will have by the end of 2026, is Like a Dragon and Persona. This would include Metaphor from Stadio Zero, right? Stadio Zero, and probably gonna play the Megami Tensei games, and then probably even Atrian Odyssey. For Like a Dragon games, they're slowly expanding. So Stranger Than Heaven is coming out at some point. And then Nagoshi, the former founder, part of the Like a Dragon group, he went off and he announced Gang of the Dragons. So we'll try to like make it like related. I like following developers and like people. I like following people while they're making these games. So it's not really necessarily the games themselves that create my connection, but more so the developers and their vision. All right, so let's go in. This should be really quick. Actually, it's probably only going to take one rotation. So here's the nuke team. Oh, there, Jace. How's labs? I'm recording season 4 right now. So we're a little bit into it right now. This season was pretty chill. We're on the left branch right now, going into the technical Stella. Have I played any Xenoblade games? I have not. Nintendo. I knew Monolith Soft before they were owned by Nintendo. Monolith Soft was also kind of related to Shadow Hearts, so there was a time when Monolith was not owned by Nintendo. Pretty sure. So I played a game called maybe it might not actually be the same Monolith Soft now that I think about it. Let's make sure it's the same Monolith Soft first. I played Xenosaga games, but I'm pretty sure they were published under Namco. Yeah, they're under Namco. Actually, Shadow Hearts was not one of their properties. I think it's it's another studio, but Xenosaga is what I played. Xenoblade is after the Nintendo acquisition, or like it's a Nintendo property. Like Xenoblade is a Nintendo property, but they was a fairly recent buyout. I don't think. Yeah, it was a recent buyout, but their IPs that they have, as in I follow the developer. Xenosaga is a Namco property, so it still goes to show that there is a chance that Monolith still can make games for other people. So Xenosaga is my exposure to Monolith. Monolith's first title is Xenosaga. Although there is another team that I often get mixed up, but I'm not sure how they're related. Oh, they're called Saknoth. Yeah, okay. Xenosaga? PlayStation 2? I'm not sure if Xenosaga 1 was on the play. Was it on the PlayStation? I played it on PlayStation 2. You skipped Akechi and went for Frostgale Mont. That sounds like a solid bid. I did not pull anything. We're not pulling Akechi. We're not pulling. I didn't pull Mont either. And I'm still not gonna pull Mont.
ータス下がってますね。
受けてみろ。
Oh, there's StarCraft.
降臨せよ。エリュテイ
In terms of if you're asking about games, Nintendo is off limits. Oh, you're Jace. Okay. Okay. Crocodile. In terms of like, if you're gonna ask me about Nintendo things, I have no like Nintendo anything. So you can make that assumption. I do know of those games. Like I used to have a Game Boy, like for example, played Game Freak's first titles, and then some of like Zelda games. There was a time when I was a child that someone owned a Super NES, right? And a classic Nintendo. Yeah, they're off limits because I'm not going to buy a console. Yeah, I'm not buying into that. Like, I'm not gonna buy a console. Like, that's simply a investment choice. And if Nintendo ever decides to, you know, change their ways of doing business, then there's a chance I might play a Nintendo game. But since they don't, Nintendo is like the Apple of Japan, in my opinion. It's a closed ecosystem, so there's no chance that I would be playing a Nintendo title or record any Nintendo titles until they change their business model, because I'm not going to buy a Switch. Like, I haven't bought a console since the PlayStation 2. Like, I'm okay with playing Nintendo titles. Like, I'm not saying if they release games on a platform, I'm okay with that. Like, I like watching people play Nintendo titles. I can't, because I'm not going to buy into a product just to do that. And also, for the record, there is also lots and lots of red tape with sharing Nintendo content. In fact, ATLUS actually has a bit of that too. Sega in general, though, has been pretty kind, I would say. And what I mean by kind is it's their permission to give. So, like ATLUS and Sega, they put out a lot of story-driven games, right? Their main franchises deal with story-driven games, and there's quite a lot of red tape. However, Nintendo, they'll axe you whenever they want. That's kind of the thing. Like, I mean, recently Nintendo copywritten mounts in games. Mounts. Like, it actually was granted by the one of the organizations was from the United States who granted their patent on mounts. Like, capturing creatures to ride on them. Nintendo goes hard, unlike most other studios, when it comes to free use or modding. Yep. So, not that I'm saying off limits as in I don't have any interest. I would be floored. I would love to play Xenoblades. Like, Xenoblades, I don't know if you are familiar with P5, not P5, Phantasy Star Online Sega. Sega's like parallel answer to Xenosaga is kind of weak. Sorry, Sega. I really like Sega. Sega is my childhood, but I only recently came back to Sega. You know, Off Limits came across very strong. Yeah, PSO2. You know, I play PSO2 NGS right now. Off Limits came across strong. It is supposed to come off strong. That's the whole point. You played a long time ago? I see. Like, that is supposed to come off strong. Like, legitimately, you have to have a strong stance on Nintendo. Nintendo is a strong stance company. So, what I'm saying is deliberately sharp and authoritative. Nintendo is not a westernized company. It does not operate with westernized values. It operates on Japanese values. So You gotta be very rigid about it. It's strictly off limits for the time being. I don't know if that's gonna lax up or not. I think Nintendo, in my opinion, has become even more strict over the years. I don't think it's like appreciated. It's actually increased its trend. Sega has been becoming looser. Yeah, I don't think the trend is going to go the other way anytime soon for Nintendo. But Sega has become a lot looser. That's what brought me back to Sega. Like, before the recent exit, by the way, my consoles were Sega Genesis when I was 5 with Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Sega Genesis, Sega CDX, Sega Saturn, and then PlayStation was released then. At the dismay of Sega Saturn, right? I didn't hit the Dreamcast. So Sega Saturn, then PlayStation, and PlayStation 2. And it stopped there because then I went off to college and we had computers. Then I moved to computers and then I've been a Steam user, Valve, since then. So these recent years, since I've been playing like a Dragon games, Persona games, like ATLUS stuff, is because both ATLUS and Sega has become more cross-platform. They are taking a different step away from Nintendo. And you'll probably see me playing Capcom games at some point too. Because like Pragmata just came out and it turns out to be a really nice new IP. So Capcom is not taking the same Nintendo approach. Despite Capcom, Sega, and Nintendo are arguably in the same branch, Square Enix actually backtracked. So Squaresoft is like my bread and butter when it came to Japanese titles, like Japanese JRPGs. I started with Final Fantasy, actually. One of the earliest JRPGs I played were in Japanese as well, was Final Fantasy games. And recently, Square Enix, the last maybe 5 years, they attempted to do like a cross investment, a horizontal investment. And maybe within the last, it was like 3 months, they made an announcement that they might be backtracking on their thought. They didn't feel that whatever leniency on cross platforms was contributing to their business model. So there might be a chance, like, dear me, I don't know if they're going to follow through, but if they leave their Final Fantasy VII remake trilogy, like, incomplete for the PC platform, that sounds like a strategic poor move. But we'll see what happens. Like, I'm actually waiting for the conclusion of the trilogy. I didn't start my Final Fantasy legacy yet because I was following the revenue calls, and I like looking at businesses and following publishers, right? Publishers and developers. And it is not clear if they're going to complete those projects financially because Square Enix's attempt is as successful as Sony's attempt to create a live service model. Like, both Square Enix and Sony have been like the punching bag of attempting live service models for some time. So you haven't played FF7, you've only played 1 and 2. I have played 1, 2, 3, 4, the Sony, the Squaresoft versions, not necessarily like the post Square Enix period when they like redefined, like they remade some of those. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10-2, not 11 because it was the MMO, not 14, 12. I didn't play, and then that's the end. That was the end of the PlayStation 2 era. Final Fantasy 12 was the last title, so I didn't play 13. And then 13.2 and 13.3, technically it was a trilogy. And no, I haven't played Final Fantasy 15, despite them all being available on the PC. I was waiting for some time to do like a legacy playthrough of Final Fantasy. And that was going to be my integration of the Japanese language learning, right? That's kind of the plan. So Persona games are the next one, because I genuinely still believe that ATLUS and SEGA has far more monetary commitments to staying on a platform. Square Enix, I'm not sure. Like Square Enix still does the whole 1-year exclusivity stuff, right? So they're, in my opinion, oh no, so if what everyone says is true, I think 13 was fine. I watched people play 13. I think the thing you're like exuding right now is I play for intellectual pursuits, so I don't play for people's, like, I don't play to be pandered to. So typically I would be playing a game to scrutinize for what it is. So I don't think I dodge a bullet. I would run towards the bullet. So I'm not, I want to make that clear that I play games because I run towards analyzing them. So I didn't start playing Persona games because I liked Persona games. I liked Persona games because I pursued them, sort of situation. I liked Like a Dragon games not because I thought I was gonna like it or other people were gonna like it. It simply served my purpose intellectually. So we would probably play Final Fantasy 13 at some point, including 15, which 15 is historically known to be incomplete, right? Kingdom Hearts, I forgot to add Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and that was the last Kingdom Hearts PlayStation 2 era. So anytime it switched to PlayStation 3, it stopped. And now it's up to Square Enix, in my opinion, for myself. They don't have to pander to me to make it available. I'm pretty satisfied with just simply playing other games, right? There are plenty of video games available. So right now, the games that I choose is specifically dealing with my comment about Nintendo is off limits. So going back to this digression, this quick digression, is that when I'm recording something, right, this stuff, when I'm recording this and I have to think, when I'm thinking about that stuff, I go with publishers and developers that seemingly have a consistent track record, that would not have any retroactive problems or prospective problems going into the future. And that's not to say that there might not be problems in the future for ATLUS and SEGA, because ATLUS P5 was a very controversial problem. So to bring it back to Persona 5, when P5 was released, Twitch, like ATLUS was still trying to figure out how to interact with Twitch and YouTube. Well, not YouTube, because YouTube wasn't even live streaming back then, but ATLUS was trying to like figure out how are they gonna do the live streaming thing, because that was new when P5 was released, and it caused like an Armageddon, like a post Armageddon for the live service things. I think since then, ATLUS and SEGA has kind of figured out what their relationship is with live streaming. Nintendo does not. Nintendo, like, it's all, remember, it's our, like, I'm emphasizing, it's their privilege to give, right? I can live without playing Zelda. I can live without playing any Nintendo game. Not that they're not worth playing. They simply, it is their property. I mean, it sounds a little bit capitalistic, but I grew up in the United States. Video games is a privilege, and I want to emphasize that. Playing video games is a privilege. You're not entitled to having access to these things. This might sound like a controversial topic, but the generation that grows up now that play video games is seen as a lifestyle for like younger generation that's growing up now. So it can seem like they're entitled to those things. Like, hey, Fictitious made a comment, $70 AAA games, right? Like $70, you're entitled to your lifestyle. It's kind of like when you eat a sandwich, right? You spend $10, eat a sandwich, and if it's bad, you're entitled to have a good sandwich. That's kind of where the line has blurred. For myself, when you said sounds like I dodged a bullet with like 13, it's my privilege to buy a game and play it. It is also my consequence and privilege to be upset and like understand what my purchase came from. I kind of still like that. I'm more of an experienced person. So whether the game is good or not, or like other people think it's good or not, I like to play it to be disappointed, to be excited, to be concerned and worried about either being impressed or surprisingly disappointed. And that's what I like about playing video games. Not a well-informed decision that will change the landscape of my life, because I don't think gaming is part of my lifestyle. It's part that's attached to something I do every day, which is to think and evaluate my decision making. We'll see if we get to 13. The moment I feel comfortable, well, we're gonna get around to it. Personas right now. Final Fantasy will produce a rich source of Japanese. Right, I am going down the line. So the reason why Like a Dragon came up first is because it's in Chinese, Japanese, and English. Like their newest games, like the last 3 installments, and then they retroactively added. They're starting to retroactively add 3 dubs, audio dubs across all their games, and that's why I chose Like a Dragon for my purpose. Persona is next because Persona has lots of conversations and whatnot for Japanese and Chinese, not Chinese, but Japanese and English. P5X though is a Chinese collaboration, so technically there is a chance that their next game, ATLUS, might actually end up supporting 3 languages, because we have to keep in mind one of the biggest markets now for P5X, the current existing property, is a Chinese speaking and Chinese reading crowd. So that's, and Nintendo, I don't expect Nintendo to do anything outside of pursuing the purest of Japanese imagery. Here's something may not be or be a burn. I'm more likely to play a Kojima game in the next iteration cycle, so like 2027, than a Final Fantasy game right now, because of Kojima is like, well, he's diverse, like he believes in collaboration, and I like developers and publishers, because he's self-published now because he has his own studio. I like when game developers who believe they're making games and wanting to share it with the world, they're actually sharing it with the world, not sharing it in a way that is ethnocentric. That's my personal take. Obviously, again, trying to emphasize video games is a privilege to me. You can live without video games. At least I can live without video games. I'm not entirely sure if kids are ready to hear that. Like, I'm not sure if Crocodile, your kids are like, Yeah. What happens if video games disappear? Obviously, they're very young and impressionable right now, but there are like 18-year-olds. I would say most people in their early 20s. If I were to suggest the idea that video games are optional things in their lives, I actually think some of them would go catatonic without the availability of this lifestyle. So in a way, I actually do play video games for the very purpose. So if someone really dislikes 13, for example, if a lot of people dislike 13, I kind of want to know why they dislike 13 so I can speak to them about it. Right? More so than that. It's kind of my way of saying, hey, look at me, I'm trying to understand. Anyways, this is a passion project though. These things are passion projects. Like P5X, by the way, is easily one of the most divisive. Like take Final Fantasy 13 and then crank the like memes and negativity to like 300%, and then you have P5X. And what I appreciate about P5X is it didn't deter the developers from continuing to do so. Anyways, you can kind of say they put their money where their mouth was and then vacuum the money of the people that support them. Like, I'm not the source of revenue for P5X, so I can't really speak for that. Like, I'm sure some people will feel a sense of entitlement when they invest and drop hundreds of dollars into a gacha game. For myself, do I demand like entitlement or reparation from the time I spent on it? Not really, because I chose to use that time. I think I emphasize this a lot when I'm playing P5X. There was a time when choosing to play video games was a trust exercise, and now because of like AI and algorithm and all the behavioral normities, it seems like when you spend your entire life being targeted, not in a negative way, in a positive way, like targeted for all of your consumption, whenever something doesn't meet your expectations, it really hurts. Like, it destroys them. And when I mean them, if you don't agree with this, that's perfectly fine. I'm genuinely concerned when people make decisions and it can be dissonant with what could happen. Like, buying a game used to be potentially disappointing. Nowadays, because of the internet, you're 99% of the time making an informed decision. I buy video games without being informed most of the time. Like, if someone says like, but the game is out for 10 years, I still don't know how P5R, like, what am I going to get out of P5R this year? So, Persona 5, the Royal Edition, it's the part of the privilege. You enjoy Metal Gear Solid 1? Ooh, that's far back. You understand that you see it for yourself to give an opinion on the game. I don't actually really even give opinions on a game. That is an interesting... I make commentary on the game. I'm not entirely sure if I ever like go out of my way and say like, hey guys, this game, it's goated. You should play this game. More like, hey, watch me analyze this game, and then I'll bring it up every time I play the next game and the game after that. Like, for these games, at the end of most sequences, whenever someone says, oh yeah, you know, I like this game, like what we're doing right now, where we would talk about other games. I like the idea of playing a lot of games in order to be able to talk about them. And then share, I suppose, share opinions. or commentary on other people's opinions, which this one, P5X, has a lot of heat. MGS1, I have not played MGS1. In fact, I haven't played any Metal Gear Solid games. I've watched a lot of people play Metal Gear Solid games. My best friends, plural, the three brothers, they're my introduction to Metal Gear Solid. They really enjoyed Metal Gear Solid games. I think the most I've seen was probably MGS3. They had consoles, by the way. When I went off to college, I didn't buy consoles, but they did. So there was a PlayStation 3 involved, and they had an Xbox, I think. Something. No, maybe not. I don't think they did. Someone else we knew at college had an Xbox related thing. But there was some PlayStation 3 still. I didn't own any consoles after PlayStation 2. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what happens in MGS1. I think I still remember 2. Oh, no, wait. I do remember 1, actually. I remember some of the opening sequences. I actually have a Metal Gear Solid collection, by the way, for the PlayStation. Like, if I walk out, I have an MGS 1 through 3 Metal Gear Solid box. I also have a Devil May Cry 1 to 3 box. A Persona 3 box. And I think that's it for like the box sets. I didn't play them though. I like the idea. There was an idea of playing them. Alright. So thanks for the interesting questions. Always a pleasure to answer interesting questions. Yeah, I would totally play a Pokemon game for sure. In fact, I like Zelda games. Like Nintendo, the way they implement Japanese can be really useful for my case because they tend to be like geared towards kids, and there's furigana supports and whatnot, so you can kind of like use it to your advantage. Do I miss playing those things like the FOMO and stuff? We talked about indie games a lot, Crocodile, and if I were to make a commentary on Nintendo games, whether Nintendo choose to pursue these indie developers, for me, the indie scene has far, in my opinion, exceeded iterating and grew out of lots of the Nintendo mechanics. Like when it comes to creature collectors, I've already had my fair share of recent creature collectors that it is no way directly in contest with Game Freak. In fact, I actually would say I mechanically prefer the creature collectors outside of, and hear me out, Game Freak is not necessarily owned by Nintendo. It's actually the Pokemon company. It just so happens that Nintendo and Game Freak, Nintendo is a publisher of Game Freak games. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not implying that Nintendo owns Game Freak, but a lot of the properties tend to be associated with Nintendo's consoles, right? Like Pokemon, you can't play without a Switch. Yeah, basically, you can't play without a Switch. Like, Donkey Kong Bonanza did really well this year. That sounds like a hoot and a half. Mario Kart, sure, right? Mario Kart was this day. But then when I think about it, I look at the Steam library and I'm like, dang. That mix-up was funny from Pokemon Go release. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep, the Pokemon Go release. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't miss it too much. I play indie games 90% of the time. Like 90% of the time I play an indie game. Or like a, you know, the rising stars of AA games. Like if I had to pick a game, I cover P5X because it's a live service game. So that means that I get to cover it every 2 weeks-ish. And it's fun to do a little bit in here. But when I start a project, it's like a month-long project. If at all, it's at least 2 weeks long. So I set a month's time to play a game. And I have so many of them. My Steam library is as the stereotypical Steam library person gets. Alright. So this is the most troublesome. This was the most concerning Stella that I had because we don't have a technically. Like the more recent characters have technicals. Matoi, Howler, and a fire Rin, like Firecracker Rin, was like your technical stuff. But technically, I know, Queen also triggers a technical, so you can kind of get away with Queen. But there are 4 targets here, so what we went with was on fire. Fire technicals are fairly reliable, so I ended up jerry-rigging using, where are we going with this? So we use certs, nian shou, and throne to create continuous damage, and then we have purgatory. The reason why I have a fully loaded purgatory, purgatory, you can't see it, but it's right on the bottom corner. Purgatory blade is because Makoto Yuki is coming out soon, and he's fire damage. And what I did was I ended up going with a medic JC. My on's not even A6, so there you go. And then did I use cord? I think I might have used cord just because I needed to trigger her buff. But you know what? It would be kind of interesting to see, because we're not doing crit base. We're not doing crit base damage here. No, I think cord is fine. I kind of want to see if this works. We can use a turbo. Turbo creates penetration. Does that work? Yeah, okay. I don't have any of the technical characters. So up here, like Rin, Matoi, Howler, all of them we skipped because of availability. No, I think we're gonna stick with Win. We're gonna use Win instead, largely because I don't like the particular setups we have. So we'll use reconciliation and creation on JC, because JC is gonna be acting as a medic. And then we'll use Win. Win has worry set to bring up our highlights on time. So then Anne will have a double highlight. Anne is pretty regularly equipped with a fire set. And yeah, it's an A5 Anne. A6 would make this a little bit more. This is within 2%. So there's a chance that RNG would knock us out of this, so we'll see. And then what do we use for this? Probably just throw in Futaba. Oh yeah, probably. Yep. And we'll go with this. I don't quite remember. Oh yeah, I think we're gonna go. I changed my mind. We're probably gonna go with chord and use we'll use chords as reconciliation. Creation and reconciliation. Because chord is gonna follow up. And then we'll use a different preset. We're gonna use I actually don't know if this triggers off mask or not. So I think we're gonna do just departure and prosperity on JC to get the right. How are you so fast? I kind of want you to slow down. Why are you so fast? Oh, because of reconciliation. You gotta get going, Crocodile. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right quick with this. Thank you for hanging out, Crocodile. Always a pleasure. I don't think I have to worry about this. Yeah, this is fine. I think this is good enough. So the reason why this works is the technical. Okay, so the technical says that it gives the final damage 100%. I think it still triggers. It doesn't say the duration, so it ended up working out. So that's what we're doing here. I think this works. So we have to throw this out now for the technical and the double proc. Yeah, this is fine. So you only have to trigger the technical, right? And then all the rest of the damage is amplified. Heal up. I had to use the medic because doing it a different way is too low chance. Try to get a shock. Alright, we got a shock on Seth. Seth is usually the hardiest one from my experience. Alright, and then this is where we hit our technical. Right. And I think her follow-up damage gets the benefit as well. It would be kind of nice to pull an A6 on sometime. I'm basically not pulling anything until probably until Turbo is added. So it's gonna be a while before I pull anything for on. And I have all my Cognitites because I haven't found a reason to use them yet. We want to trigger the down. And then we can use this because it's going to line up with the double. Okay. This will help us knock something down. And then we can push just a wee bit more damage. Usually on Seth, because Seth is a bughead. Okay. This is one of the weak turns for lining up, but that's okay. Yeah, these guys are fairly soft. Like, they're not the two, like, resonance beefcake things Like the angels are beefcakes. They have so much HP.
見せてやろう我らの力を行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します制裁の時間だ
Yeah, we're just always hitting Seth because Seth's kind of a beefcake. Yeah. I don't think it's relevant when I use this. I might regret that statement.
いただいていく
Alright, technical.
許さないかね
I don't know if this is enough. I think it is. Stop.
そうきましたか支援準備か
We're gonna have to switch the order. Heal next. Just so that cord stays alive.
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除しますやるなカリオペ
And then we need a shock on him. Okay. It's a really close. Like it's pretty close. So
これでどうだ
gotta get lucky. It's somewhat lucky. We can't squeeze in another one. So technically I could have hold off and then use JC for the final turn. To do the double highlight to guarantee the takedown. So we're just gonna wait, and so we knock this guy down. No matter what, they're all gonna go down. The question is, how am I gonna push for extra damage? Right? To soften Anubis up. Alright. This should be enough. Oh, I forgot. That's right. The order is a little janked, but it's fine. Yeah, plenty of. We still have one more turn. Yeah, so the technical was alright. I think the chord play was what made the difference because you can trigger a technical into another technical. Alright, and that was the most concerning one. The rest is free, so this season was pretty generous. This one is when an ally activates a resonance. I actually only have one resonance character, and we're basically using Mont, 4-star Mont, and we need a little bit more oomph, I think. Marian would be fine, and then obviously you can just power through a queen. Just I'm thinking of things to use for giggles. Does this actually do anything? She do anything? Oh yeah, she does, because she gets extra actions. And then I can create. Alright. Oh yeah, we're fine. And then what icery dudes? Okay. And then we're only relying on Dionysus, and we're only relying on Dionysus. Toggling between Dionysus and Dominion every time on her skill 3.
来なさい。フィティ仕掛けるよ。続いて。手伝って。軽いペルソナデュオ。
Apply defense down.
ディオニュソス。
Oh, I used the. Oh, I don't have Parakuja. Never mind. It's fine. She's guaranteed to crit when she uses her skill 3. So. Suboptimal. Right.
いつでも行けるわ。さて、どうしようかしら。かき回して。
Excuse me.
ギア上げてくよ。フィティス。みんなフィットいいよ。来なさい。フィティス。私がついてるから。
リレーに決めて差し上げて。
フィティス。最短距離で突っ走るよ。治療の時間ね。タレイヤ。
Just apply all the buffs.
ありがとう。癒しの力よ。
Persona.
And then Dominion. So we just toggle between Dominion, skill 2 and skill 3. Pretty decent damage.
梅の花時。さて、どうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
駆け抜けなさい。仕掛けるよ。続いて。お願い。タレイヤ。ペルソナデュオ。
Apply the defense down.
私の出番ね。
Usually I would use like Tarakuja, Tarakuja on, and then we can use her attack now because low HP. Oh wait, but it has to be below 20% actually. That's okay. I can see using her every once in a while for the resonance thing. If it's a single target. It's kind of a fun thing to be able to use a 4-star for some shenanigans. Buff. Expending diagnosis stacks give damage buff. Yeah, so she's okay when you support, like when you boost her. Alright, so that's something different. Right, Wanda damage, you gotta go Wanda damage. So that's where we have Abyssal Fang, right? Abyssal Fang. Yoshitsune, I don't think I mess with him, right? And then it doesn't matter what the others are. And how are we giving our guy a pep? Okay. And then I don't think it matters. I think we're fine. And you don't really need prosperity or anything. Yoshitsune is like attack isn't. It can't crit. It's the highlight can't crit. And these guys are just to boost them up. And then we can do this to apply debuff. daunting firepower, basically. We're trying to fight and do it. Couldn't get the 4. And then this is to increase crit rate. Like try to shock them because we can knock them down. And it didn't work. Well, that's fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, there aren't any defensive nodes for Stellas this time around. Trying to get them down. In crit. Trying to knock things down and shock separate things. So I can get Wanda to attack more often. We missed one. That's fine. Trying to balance out the HP. The only node for Wanda. And then obviously kind of wants Shun to get hit to apply like defense down. Okay. We should have our gun back up. No shock. Feels bad, man. My 4-star Motoha is not equipped with anything. Pretty sure this shocks the main target, right? Yep. Okay. Defense down. Multiple shocks, and then goodbye. Right. It would be kind of funny to make Wanda one of the colored Stella. I mean, technically, the first season 1 Wanda was what I used to get by the first colors, the first purple Stella. All right, and then highlight. It can be anyone, basically, and we're just gonna make this quick because JC has 2 more uses, right? So we're gonna do JC, Cord, and then we'll use Win, which we haven't actually used Win once yet, and sure, how about, was it? And yeah, we were really conservative, so we're gonna use Assassin, right? Freedom. So freedom and disappointment. And then creation and reconciliation. Right. And then worry and triumph. Triumph, worry. And then this would be the set. Right. Arc. I have arc knife. There we go. And this guy has low HP. Like, this guy tends to have low HP. Surprisingly low HP.
ディオニュソス受けてみろ
カリオペ聞いてほしいこの歌を必殺いけるぞ華麗にやっちゃって制裁の時間だ
We just unload. Take it.
降参してももう遅いこれまでのようですね見せてやろう我らの力をすぐに排除しますいい一撃だハッキングミッシッシンパスワード解除強め受けてみなさい
Have A1 win, so apply that. No, that's fine. Shock? No shock. That's perfect. This is not a big deal. Excuse me. Yeah, surprisingly low HP.
ミッシッシン私の出番だなバトルデータ解析どれどれ咲き誇りなさい強め
I'm trying to remember what was equipped onto Wanda.
ペルソナドミニオン
The reason why I chose Dionysus is because when I do this, it's off of the assassin skill, so it would be the weakness. This would be weakness, right? Oh hey look, there's a guy showing up, and then we use the sweeper. Right. Actually, most of the Stellas would be if it was week 4, you can JC all 4. Like you can JC pretty much all of them. This one was interesting, but I misread this one. So the during last week or the first week of this, I thought this was an interesting effect, maybe like week 2, but it didn't read the same way. So this shows that all foes max HP is decreased by 50%. That means the max HP is decreased. It's not the 50, it's set at 50%. So it didn't really work towards what I thought Mont would be. And then at the end, they increased by 10%. It would have been interesting if it was 50% HP. So they have 100%, right? Like their current HP is reduced by 50%, but their max HP, that's what I thought that was happening. But instead, it was basically they get final damage is taken increased based on missing HP, and then especially when below 20%, which is kind of like 4-star Mont's function, but it's maximum HP, so it really didn't do anything. So instead, we're still just gonna use Mont for fun because 4-star Mont is interesting. Then what I can do, probably Miriam. Do we need Miriam? No, we don't. And then Mont's crystals are based on ally actions, and the only person that has an extra action is Turbo, and I'm finding every reason to use Turbo, basically. No reason other than using. Okay. And then it's always rotating between Dionysus and Dominion, synced with her 2-3-2-3. And then this is Pierce. Self-explanatory. I was highlighting it because it's kind of fun. It's an alternative to doing some of these white Stellas. Some fun interactions with limited banners. Oh yeah, and obviously I want Harakuja there. Her resonance is guaranteed to crit, so you don't really need... I mean, this could crit, but I didn't build her crit. Her 5-star weapon. The reason why I'm using her is because on the way to getting Turbo's 5-star weapon, we actually drew 4-star Mont's weapon. And I kind of like her. Her 5-star weapon makes her kit better. Or noticeably better. It makes up for the diminished return on her skill 3. Or on her resonance. On her resonance. Spicy damage. I don't know if that's below 20%. Kinda looks like it. Yeah. So she can be a substitute solo target next to Florette and whatnot. I've got a lot of assassins. A sweeper, the only sweeper right now is JC. I have no sweepers. Actually, outside of On, right? But I don't think I have any post-launch sweeper. Yeah, I don't have a single post-launch sweeper outside of JC. And when is the next time I'm going to encounter a sweeper opportunity? Probably at the end of the year with like Lucid. Unless they release something else for like a different thing. A bubble, I mean puppet, sorry, not bubble. Puppet, summer puppet maybe, or Akihiko. Akihiko might be another sweeper. JC, I invested everything in JC. So JC was the replacement for sweeper damage. And then the next one is to replace solo targeting, like the upper cap solo targeting, which is probably Makoto Yuki for the time being. And then obviously there's a new queen now in the 2nd anniversary release, Motoha. And obviously there are plenty of assassins that have come by. Kasumi is an excellent single target cap currently. All right, so this White Stella, same attributes, right? So we have same attributes. We barely used Queen. So that's kind of what we're gonna do. Put Bishimonten in the front. There we go. Boop. 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 There we go. Right. I don't think I need to create another, like, yeah, I need to create a secondary revelation cards. Maybe. We need to expand our revelation card presets. Alright.
ペルソナデュ
We're just gonna chunk this guy out.
ペルソナ受けてみろ
力を示せペルソナデュオかけろヨハンナやるわよペルソナ決ま
Oh,
っちゃったね
that's loud.
若そうが
Oh, that freeze is so lame.
まだまだ生きづらくさせられちゃって
Lame freeze, man. Lame freeze.
裏には一緒に踊りましょう
おいでアンペロスペルソナデュ
Just getting the 4 element stack
そろそろ決めちゃう
in order to use our highlight.
フルスラットル
ペルソナディオニュソス
I actually think no, this doesn't work the way I think it does.
毘沙門天
Oh, we'll just take him out. Oh, or not.
降臨せよ
That's awkward.
封印解除ペルソナデュオ行くわよヨハンナ
We only need one more turn for this.
ヨハンナやるわよペルソナ
So loud.
そうです似合ってないよ
アンペロスやれよペルソナデュオ
ペルソナ受けてみろ
Like the power of purification. Or something like that. I don't remember what it's called, the debuff.
最高のショー見せてあげる裏には一緒に踊りましょう
モザイクなんて通じないよ来いアンペロス
かけろヨハンナここはペルソナ勝利の美酒で乾杯
Alright. And then our last one, it's basically a JC showcase. When other than Wanda deal like almighty damage, you can probably also get one more attack too. But I don't think they stack, so we do JC. This is our like bread and butter since the second season basically. And you can always pivot between a sweeper and an assassin using your classic 2 Dominion and like rotating in and out of Dominion. Oops. Heck. Oh, this is a bug. A visual bug, a display bug. When you like pull a character out, it doesn't repopulate. Yeah, it doesn't repopulate the bottom of the screen or the selection. Alright. Yep. And yeah, and this one is pretty wash because we're not improvising anymore. It's actually the pretty kind of underwhelming, I would say. Slightly underwhelming Astrolab, but I'll take it. It's a really... It's fun to like consolidate. We played around with some compositions here and there, which is nice. We're gonna move one turn, so then I can use JC's in the next round. It doesn't matter if it's freeze anymore. Technically core can still bite it. Like they can still focus core down. That is a point of failure. We're switching to Dominion because of the AoE. Can I get a shot? Alright. Switch to Dominion because it'll set up for the double highlights on Sweeper. So Dominion second turn for sweeping. For Assassin, it's the other way around. You double Dionysus. Yeah, see, technically they can still be taken down. Usually I don't double here, I would guard, but we're just going all in. Except for, yeah, we're gonna be using Devoted Guard here. But this should be enough to... I think this is where we double sweep. Like right away. Don't really need to wait. And we take out one of them just to reduce the damage. And that's all they wrote. Super, super chill Astrolab. Honestly, it would be kind of fun if Astrolab was a little bit shorter. You know what I mean? Like what I mean is the different days. Waiting a week is... I'm a little impatient. A wee bit impatient. I can't wait for them cycling Tartarus and whatnot as well. That's a wrap for today. With a little bit of like talking about video games in general, right? In between. Kind of an intermission. We had an intermission right here. Do you like talking about video games? Publishers, what have you? So, obviously these are locked. So, in 6 days time, I'll just claim them and then we wait. So it's gonna be 2 weeks before we start looking at the next Astrolab. 2 weeks is when Anj gets dropped, and then we get the 4th/5th ATLUS, chapter 5. I'll be really looking forward to it. And then after Anj is when we start, they introduce Tartarus. At least I think. I mean, it makes sense, right? And Tartarus comes as a different spin on this stuff. I did see that they eventually expand based on the banner size. So horizontal investment comes into play again, even in like Nightmare Gates and possibly Sea of Souls, where instead of two bosses each week, it's 3 bosses. So now you're responsible for 3 teams, right? And this is like quintessentially one of my favorite right now, because I like that they keep playing into horizontal investment. It's good for business, right? It's good for business, and it also is great to have an incentive to use the different characters. Now, I already voiced my kind of disagreeability about undermining Astrolabs because their bottom line isn't to have access to all the characters and then leave the competitive stuff for all the people who chase awareness and stuff. So in this way, I think it kind of undermines this Astrolabs, but I really enjoyed it. My favorite part about this Astrolab is serendipitously I picked up Mont, the 4-star Mont's 5-star weapon, and then we used it. Whenever I pick up something else, I'll probably use it, just because you can. The white Stellas are ones where I can kind of highlight the gaps and whatnot. And next Astrolab will go 4, right? 4 weeks, well, 2 weeks in, and then another 4 weeks. That will bring us, I think I might be able to get a continuous damage source without using like sepia. So I don't know, there's still a few more mechanics that I would love to have as part of the team. Then we can mess around some more. In terms of resources, this game gives disproportionate resources to the number of banners you can kind of get from consistently playing. So to give you an idea of how many skips, right? We skipped 3, 6, 9, 11. So we skipped very early on. Rin, like Joker, and these two were the early skips in order to get resources, and then we had to skip Summer, right? Like took 1 and 1. Then oh, and Yui was part of the early skips. So Joker, Yui, and what's Yusuke's? Oh, Yusuke, Fox, they were skipped early for everything that came after, and then in between we did a half and half for summertime, which we're probably gonna do half and half for a summertime as well. Then JC rolled around, so the Christmas, JC, and Win, that was everything. So then we skipped like everything, a huge long one. So Rin, Howler, Matoi, Akechi more or less, and then even Violetto, right, Violetto, and now we're up to our current. So the resources we collected will be probably sufficient for Ange and Makoto, and then the rest might be a skip until plus or minus Barry. Barry would be our other mechanic, the really interesting mechanic, and then a continuous damage source, which would be something that's lacking in this composition. They're still lacking a resonance source, which technically Yui, the 5-star Yui, can do. I want to like balance out the mechanics so I can like play with all the core mechanical things. So we're still missing a strong resonance source, but that's fine. Resonance is okay. No continuous damage, so Barry might be continuous damage choice, and then Yuki would be the new replacement for a single target. Then there's... what else are we missing? That's kind of about it, really. Technical source can be bypassed. I mean, or used on it's okay. Because we don't have Mesa, so there's no like reliable continuous damage source. Although I do have to admit, there was a continuous damage node, Stella, in the last one, and they typically have lower HP, so might not be a thing. I do want to have accessibility to different mechanics to show and like kind of play around with. So yeah, that's a wrap for Astral Labs Season 4, right? Astral Labs Season 4. In 3 days, I think 3 days from now, we'll do Akechi's 3.6 update. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of time gating the collaboration stuff in general, like time gating most of the stuff, but I kind of understand like how they're trying to diffuse the content, or maybe you could use this as an exercise in moderation, right? Like, I'm a binge player, so all these things happen on one day. As much as I want to spread it out, it would mean very, very short sessions throughout, and you can play Persona games in the meantime. So there you have it. That's a wrap for today. Thanks for hanging out, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Thank you, thank you. You are always free to pick up P5X for yourself, or follow along. I did mention something about at the current state of P5X, if you're gonna pick it up now, right, and then try to follow along or join in later down the road, as far as I remember, much like other particular live service games, they eventually address the issue of catching up. So like, what if you start now? Can you catch up? There many live service games eventually, when they reach like a certain honeymoon period, so in global, the first year anniversary is going to come around in less than a month, I think, roughly a month. Wait, sorry, June. 2 months, around 2 months from now, I would think that somewhere after the first anniversary, typically a live service game will do what we call, what I refer to in Neverwinter, because Neverwinter is like over 10 years old, a recruitment event. Basically, it would be another time where there's an accelerated period where if a player starts a new account or a player joins back in, it would have special bonuses and stuff that gets them immediately past level 80. So right past the first sequence of things. And I'm expecting to see it soon. I actually did see some of that when looking at the anniversary, because I wanted to like see how Chinese speakers and whatnot. I was practicing my Chinese listening while watching other people cover the Chinese server, and the Japanese one is not as active, but Chinese, there's quite a lot of people who can read Chinese and talk, speak in Chinese, so I tend to catch up with some of the big events ahead of time. And there is a catch-up event that ended up lining up with an anniversary event that they had. I don't know if the thing for the global one, because it's desynced due to advanced scheduling, Anj was the first anniversary release for CN and whatnot. So it would be interesting to see if among the selector packs and stuff, I'm curious if the highlight would be a catch-up event, which is a second way to promote the game again, right? Hey, it's been a year. Guess what? P5X did not get canceled by the global community. It very well could have, in my opinion. Like, I think Western markets, again, going back to the middle digression about video games being a privilege and not an entitlement, that perspective has changed, and the divisiveness out the gate for P5X, it was very possible that P5X Global would simply just be closed down, and then P5X like the Asian branch and stuff, they continue to go about their business. It's not guaranteed that most global servers stay open despite its success in Eastern markets. There are quite a lot of mobile-esque games and stuff that don't make it into global markets. And P5X was one of them. Like, I started P5X, I looked at it, and while I was playing, I really enjoy a live service model adapted this way, in my opinion, and how I'm playing it. Not necessarily dealing with the whole banner thing in the FOMO. I have my disagreements with gacha. Obviously, I prefer to pay flat rates so that I would not be unlucky, but also people would also not be lucky, right? Not unlucky and not lucky, flat rates, a fair price. I am a fan of fair price that entitles people to ask for entitlement. However, gacha games and live service tend to integrate a free-to-play model, and that's where I feel there's a cognitive dissonance. Those who play a game for free still believe that they are entitled because of their time, but their time was voluntary. So that's where it gets a little hairy. And removing bad luck and removing like good luck in order to create a flat price, that's kind of where I am at. Games don't have to pander to me. I play games because I choose to. So I wanted to echo that again today. Whether a game is bad or good, sometimes when a game is really bad, I kind of want to play it to know what the hubbub is about. It's great for intellectual curiosity. Maybe before I pass away of old age, I would be considering making a game. And I echo what I typically talk about when it comes to language learning and other skills like research, full research, you know, scientific, academic, and basic research. You have to be observant. Always doing the quote-unquote right thing or always thinking you're right doesn't make you a better problem solver or an optimizer or an innovator. Knowing what doesn't work, understanding the nature of what doesn't work as well as what does work, like on a proficiency metric, that creates awesome games or awesome products and whatnot. So I'm happy to say that at least P5X has largely shed a lot of those things. If you're looking at like Steam reviews and whatnot and stuff, the same memeable iteration and echo chamber still flows. However, I think at least it seems like P5X is spared for the time at the moment from the incredibly hyperbolic cancel culture, right? Honestly, cancel culture has fairly weakened in the way it's executed nowadays. Review bombing is still a thing, or echo chamber review bombing, however you want to call it. And I would like to see where this goes. So my investment is pretty sentimental at this point, and can't wait for the next thing. In fact, I wouldn't mind them accelerating the schedule by truncating. I have no idea. This game, I do genuinely look forward to it every other week. Every week is like a small thing, such a small investment on a daily basis. No more than 15 minutes. Sometimes I'm just kind of staring at the game like, oh man, just got another week. Genuinely excited for the next thing. Not necessarily the banner, like, oh, I'm excited for when I can spend money or currency. More like, hey, looking forward to your next mechanic. Alright, with that said, leave it at that, right? There might be a catch-up mechanic, so feel free to follow along or pick it up during the catch-up event. I don't know what it's called yet. It might be soon, and I will most definitely be happy to see if it's sufficient. I think, based on the CN thing, it sounds very sufficient. They might even rotate forward that particular part, like use the current iteration of the catch-up event and place it into global, as opposed to like doing the old iteration and then iterating on that again as planned. They show signs of moving things around. So stay tuned. Until next time, right? 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time in 3 days. Bye bye.